the backseat. Check the backseat.
All right, come here.
Check the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Do you suppose that Joey, if let's say he's scheduling the part-time at Home Depot or something, do you suppose, he's the kind of guy he just like to schedule, doesn't care if they show up for work. He just wants to make up the schedule.
Yeah. I mean, there's probably some truth to that. I think he does have a hand in scheduling the part-timers here, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think he does.
Well,
Joey does?
Yeah, well, which is a great thing. There's no better job for Joey.
Not only is it a great thing, but I think this could be a new cottage industry for him. I think he could sell his services out to other companies because there's always some poor assistant manager who has to do all the scheduling, and they hate doing the scheduling. Mm-hmm. But Joey could contract out to all these places and do the scheduling for them. He could make himself a nice little pot of money. He could work from home.
John, that sounds like a guy could do that. I mean, there are jobs for everything.
Yeah, and his whole thing could be you don't need AI, you just need Joey.
Seriously.
Yeah. I thought that Odson scheduled the part-timers. This is incredible. Congrats to Joey on the promotion.
Well, I'm sure Josh does
things.
Josh is heavy-handed in the discussions, of course, but I believe Joey has taken on some sort of responsibility in that.
He could be like Mr. Schedule.
Mr.
Like Homer
Schedule
was Mr. Plow. He can be Mr. Schedule.
By the way, this was one of the rare moments where
John,
before the crossover, it would have been like incredible 2 minutes of content as we had lots of weird discussions about all sorts of things.
Yeah, let's talk about them.
Yes, you had an idea for one topic in particular.
Yeah, so I'm worried about somebody.
Who would that somebody be?
Somebody that we all know and some of us love.
Mm.
Some of us, but we just want to see what's best for that person. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Stibs is tweeting a lot about the Mariners.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Like maybe too much.
Too many tweets about the Mariners.
He's watching a lot of baseball these days, and he's tweeting about it a lot.
Well, let's go back. Let's take a look at his timeline.
Check the file.
Well, he tweeted, "Do I like Bill Simmons?" ? Because Simmons had a tweet about
the Mariners.
Stibs, I just gave
Simmons
you a like.
probably still thinks that Gaylord Perry
Jr.
still plays for the Mariners, so I wouldn't lean too much into that, Stibs. But so Stibs has a tweet from the Mariners retweeting "Go Mariners" spelled in Cajun. I don't know.
Goms.
I don't know.
Oh, Kate Anderson. They got Kate Anderson.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And then the Bill Simmons tweet.
Yep.
Then the day since Cal Raleigh made history sign goes from 0 to 0 as he quote tweets another Mariners PR.
Wow,
bit.
I'm convinced Cal Raleigh could solve world hunger.
Yep,
says
there's
Stibs.
that. Mariners with a 3-game sweep against the top team in MLB, and it's a gif
They beat the
of
Tigers
Mariners.
3 games in a row?
Yeah, they beat the Mariners. They beat
Suck
the
on that,
Tigers.
Detroit.
Another tweet about Cal Raleigh. Another tweet about Cal Raleigh.
I mean, it's
Another tweet
exclusively
about Cal
Mariners
Raleigh.
tweets.
Another tweet about. I mean, seriously,
that and then like random retweets of funny jokes.
There was like a stretch of 12 tweets in a row that were about the Mariners until we get to a retweet about Alice in Chains.
Nice. That one breaks the streak.
Incredible.
That's pretty good. So a lot of times we make fun of people for doing this, for doing such a thing.
Yes, his name is Jacob Padilla.
Yeah, Jacob. Now he doesn't ever tweet about baseball, except for when he says baseball Jays or go baseball Jays.
But he
Roll Jays, go baseball.
tweets about the Phoenix Suns.
The Suns. He always tweets about the Suns.
But in unbelievable times.
Like during the 2016 World Series, the best World Series Game 7 ever, and he's like, whoa, the Suns are up 2-0 in Game 2 of the season.
This is another reason why I do not visit Twitter during moments of
because you don't get triggered by Padilla?
Yes, because I would have gone off. It wouldn't have been all the Cardinal trolls saying, "Oh, you guys are going to choke" or other things. It would have been Padilla saying, "Why are you watching this meaningless crap?" It's the Suns. They suck. They've always sucked.
This is now Stibs, our dear Stibs, with baseball.
At least the difference with Padilla is most of his tweets come after about 11 p.m. because they're playing all these West Coast games, and I'm in bed, so I miss it all. But with Stibs, it's like
they're
in the
still
middle
West
of the
Coast.
day.
No, they play in the West Coast.
Yeah, but sometimes Padilla would watch them at like 1 a.m.
Yeah,
because he
that's
never
true.
sleeps.
He'd go back and rewatch.
He'd go on, yeah.
After doing his 4-hour podcast
Yeah.
with Matt DeMarinis.
He probably DVR'd it or something.
He does. No, he does. Yeah.
Because and Padilla often works at night, and so he has to watch the Suns even later into the night,
Right.
into the early morning.
Right. So again, we don't see it as much.
So
Easy to ignore if you're
Yeah.
asleep.
I am on one hand delighted that Stibs seemingly has turned all of his attention to baseball. That is a great cause, and I'm supportive of that cause.
I
But
agree.
But
Yeah.
there's a lot of Mariners tweets, and I'm just
Well,
worried about it.
I just
Too
went down the
many.
list. I mean, it was like 15 out of the last 17 tweets
It's concerning. It's concerning.
were Mariners tweets. Now, in fairness, they did sweep the Tigers.
shout out to my Mariners. Should have worn my Mariners hat
So
today.
I suppose that, you have to give a little bit of grace in that it was a monumental weekend. But
It was a
then
big
there are
weekend.
times
38 home runs before the break. Pretty good.
Then there are times where I just see the random tweets of, "I want to end my life. Why did I allow myself to get into this team?" I mean, it goes 0 to 100
very quickly.
really quick.
It does. And baseball, that's not how baseball people react. They're just like, whatever. We're on a 4-game losing streak.
Exactly, because baseball's not like football.
Stibs is Mariners Jack Mitchell.
Is he?
Ooh.
Yeah,
I kind of like that.
a darker version of Jack. Because Jack never says like I want to kill myself.
Oh, he says I want to unalive myself.
That's how Jack rolls. But Stibs will also give us great retweets like this one from the actor who plays Sydney on The Bear. Did you see this? She reviewed Empire Strikes Back on her Letterboxd account, and she wrote, "This movie is great, but I was really shocked by how ugly Yoda was. Sorry if that pisses anybody off, but I only had seen Baby Yoda, and adult Yoda is effing busted."
She is funny.
She's
Very.
really
And so
funny.
thank you to Stibs for that. So I will take that if it means 800 tweets about Big Dumper, because that's a funny retweet. Stibs' retweets are very good.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, it's not going to lead to anything. I want Stibs to continue his love for Cal
What if it
Raleigh
led to
and
a
for
Mariners
baseball.
podcast?
It's not going to lead to me
Mariners
muting
Monday?
Stibs.
That'd be the first one.
Like, I'm not going to mute Stibs over this. Like, I still want to
No.
see the Stibs tweets.
Oh, yeah.
But
I
just-
don't mind it at all.
I just
Whereas
wanted to
people
voice
have
my
muted
concern.
Jack Mitchell
if
over
I'm
his
not
stuff.
going to mute Padilla for all the Suns tweets,
Okay.
I'm not going to mute Stibs for Mariners
Oh,
tweets.
absolutely.
I mean, now I'll conveniently ignore them when they beat the Cubs, but
If you were Michael Severe, you would probably definitely have Stibs
We
muted.
can ask him later today. Well,
Yeah.
I don't even know if he follows Stibs.
Oh, maybe not.
Yeah.
By the
well,
way,
if he does, he won't anymore.
I got a good Michael one for you.
Oh, excellent.
So I was working at the ballpark over the weekend,
Nice.
and I wore a Vinny Pasquantino jersey on Saturday. Pasquantino.
Yeah.
He plays baseball.
Yeah,
All right.
I've heard.
So I'm up on the concourse talking to somebody, getting ready to do something, and appears but Michael Severe
What?
sitting and he
Whoa.
At a baseball
Is this at
game?
a baseball
at
game?
a baseball game wearing a Saints shirt.
Oh, my God.
At a
Awesome.
baseball game.
Was it the baseball jersey at least?
It wasn't. It was just a Saints shirt, if I remember correctly. And then he texted me later
Text me.
and said, "Let me."
Please don't tell anybody I was here.
Well, I was like, I thought you swore off baseball. He texted me and he said, "Dude, longest name on your back, is that a real player?" And I said, "That's a real guy." And I sent him a picture of Vinny Pasquantino. He's like, "Holy moly,
Wow.
that is crazy."
Did you send him a picture of Pete Crow Armstrong?
Oh no,
Because
you should tell him about him. Yeah.
We will.
Yeah, baseball players with long names.
Unreal. I cannot. Was he kidnapped? Were his hands tied behind his back?
I don't know why he was there. I never really talked to him.
Mm.
He just texted me once and I just waved at him kind of once. But maybe you could ask him that today. Why were you at a baseball game?
I would love to ask him why he was at a baseball game. That's a great topic.
Topic alert.
Topic alert.
Wow, incredible.
If only we had an opportunity to ask Michael questions.
Yep. Thankfully, we can do them on Mondays. And sometimes if you have his phone number, you can text him. Michael's a great
Anytime,
texter.
really.
Yeah, I texted him this weekend multiple times about various things.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Various things.
All sorts of stuff.
All sorts of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Yeah, he's a cool guy.
We love Michael.
We'll also find out if he has muted Stibs. Those are the important questions that we'll get to later on today. Why was it at a baseball game? Did you mute Stibs?
Those are good questions.
Yeah.
Those will get the interview started
Mhm.
in a good manner.
I think so as well.
Is it really that hot outside?
Yeah, it's pretty misty.
And it's going to
Pretty-
get even
pretty-
grosser.
Misty, that's the name
Oh,
of my dog that
Not
exists.
misty, I meant human.
Definitely, Nick. We believe you.
Misty is definitely a real dog's name.
Definitely.
Misty is a real dog's name for a real dog.
Well, it's funny that because Misty is actually the name that most people probably name their dogs. It sounds like a very common dog
Is it?
name.
No
Yeah,
way.
Misty.
Yeah.
I don't know
I
if
don't
I've
know,
ever
common.
met many
It's like-
Misties before I
it's
met
like
Have you ever
Misty.
met a dog named Misty?
bet it's
Poll
mid-tier.
question: is Misty a common
I
dog
don't
name?
think that's that common of a name.
I'd
Well,
say
just-
it's mid-tier.
If for a person who is trying to give off the appearance that they had a dog, that's what
Oh,
they
so you
say
think-
their fake dog would be named.
So like they get out of going to a party or staying at the party late
gotta go-
because they got to get home to Misty.
Gotta go see Misty.
Classic.
Gotta let Misty out.
Mhm.
Who's Misty? That's my dog. Oh, that's so cute,
Totally.
Misty.
Can you show me a picture? Oh, my phone broke.
I have many pictures of Misty.
Yeah,
I
we've
could
seen
show
them.
you right now.
I've never seen any.
Literally not one time.
Zero.
Nick has this dog and he never puts it on Twitter or Instagram.
Would you like to see Misty?
There's a poodle
And so
too. What's
he-
this?
Can we have an intervention with his Formula One tweets?
Oh, he does a
Oh.
lot of Formula One tweets too.
That's because I like Formula One.
Not as many as Stibs does of the Mariners.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's like a quarter of that.
Yeah.
But
he does more tweets of random albums that he's been listening to.
That's true. He does his reviews on Friday.
That's true.
New Music
Yeah.
Friday.
I listened to the new Justin Bieber album on Friday. It
Yeah,
was terrible.
Yeah.
Why?
Because he does
new
reviews.
Justin Bieber
Yeah.
album.
Curiosity, John. Morbid curiosity. That's why.
Are you
Curiosity
gonna
killed the
listen to
cat, Nick.
freaking Yoko too?
Well, if Yoko comes out with a new album, yes.
Oh my god!
But you didn't review the new Beatles song.
No, because I do albums.
I don't know if I like that.
Wait a minute. There's a new Justin Bieber album.
Yes.
What's that about?
It's called Swag.
What the hell?
Yeah.
I forget. Is he Gen Z?
No,
Damn it. Is
He's
he
probably
one of us?
he's probably about my age.
he's one of you.
God, this is tough. This
How,
is tough.
how old is JB?
31. Rats. He is barely a millennial.
He's 2 years younger than me. Still.
He's a millennial B in Nick parlance. That's a
So,
bummer. That's a
yeah.
bummer for us.
what's he singing about these days?
I don't know.
You
It's-
listen to the album.
Yeah.
How much are you really paying attention? You're doing reviews, but are you really paying attention?
Well, because the album itself isn't really about one specific thing, you know? Sometimes did a few songs with Drewski. You know who Drewski is?
I do
Hell
know who
no.
Drewski is.
John does, but I don't.
Did
What?
a,
John
No idea
definitely
what you're
does not know who Drewski is.
I didn't realize he was married.
Drewski?
No,
I didn't realize albums
no,
had to have
Bieber.
a
Yeah, he's married to a model, isn't he?
her name
Haley,
is Haley
Baldwin.
Yeah.
It's Alec Baldwin's
Haley Bieber.
niece.
Yeah, she changed her last name, Happer. Get
Yeah.
with the times. It's 2025. Women are allowed to change their names again.
Yeah, but I was explaining to you who she was.
Ah, okay, my bad.
Did she shoot anybody in the face?
Nice.
No.
No, Stephen Baldwin is her dad.
I said Alec Baldwin's niece.
Oh, okay,
That's
sorry.
Misty.
See,
That's a Googled picture.
instead of going with the less famous brother, he
It's
went with
Misty.
the more famous. Brother.
That's a zoomed in photo of a pretend dog.
And you're not even in it.
Yeah, that's not real. Also, why would the photo be so strange
Yeah.
looking?
He clearly Googled that picture
the
of that
way,
dog.
The way her face was really funny, so I took a picture of it and I sent it to Paige.
It looked like a normal dog face.
Yeah, it's just a dog.
There. Look, that's me with Misty.
What do we think of this?
That's
photo, Happer?
undeniable proof.
It's only like half of Nick's face.
That's me with Misty.
No, that looks like you from 5 years ago, Photoshop behind a dog.
Oh,
Why aren't you
yeah.
doing the one where you point at it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it a real
Nick,
Nick photo if you're not pointing at it?
you
and
need to
sticking
do
your
that
tongue
tonight.
out?
Go home.
Yep.
Point
Point
at
at
your
Misty.
tongue.
Yep.
Mhm.
If
And
she
then
can,
we'll
if she'll
believe it.
stand still, I'll do it.
And while you're doing it, do the same thing with your fiance so that we know that's legit. Too.
That's my Twitter picture. Look at it.
Yeah, I've met his fiance. She does exist. She is
Very
not
real.
she's not a pretend person. I met her.
Well, parole officers usually are.
Stibs is trying to defend himself about his tweets.
Who is Stibs?
Yes.
What did he say?
Oh, so Stibs doesn't like when somebody trash talk, poo-poos him about talking about his passions. Is that
So
what I'm
apparently
hearing?
one of his tweets about the
Triggered
Mariners
by that, aren't you?
a couple days ago, in response to Cal Raleigh hitting his 38th home run, which is very good, by the way.
It is very good.
Stibs says, totally normal stuff. Just unfollow me now. That was 2 days ago. And now he's saying, to be fair, I warned you.
Interesting. Nick, no one is being critical of your tweets about formula. Well, I mean, yeah, we kind of are.
No, Stibs all the time.
No,
about
Stibs
it.
is critical that every time the movie came up last week, you had the same soliloquy about it every time. You couldn't just say, I like it. You were always like, well, they did some things that were wrong. You did that every time.
Okay.
That's what he was upset about.
Well, he didn't make that clear. He just said nobody cares about Formula One. Stop talking about
I mean, that's also true.
Nobody cares about the Mariners. Stop talking about them.
I actually,
Handshake meme, Nick?
well, because I follow all these different.
And Misty.
I just
And Misty.
I just would like the frequency maybe to go a little bit down, but it's whatever. But I follow all these kind of random beat writers from around Major League Baseball. And Stibs has kind of been my Mariners guy this year.
You can unfollow the Mariners beat writer.
I
You
don't-
follow a beat writer for every team?
Probably not everybody, but probably
It's hard
quite
to find a
few.
Rockies beat writer.
John was telling me that he follows all the Big East stuff.
I follow all the Big East schools.
Yeah, Big East guys. Yeah.
That's crazy.
What's wrong with what? It's
It's
just it's just following.
It's just my
people.
timeline just seems like it'd be too busy.
No, not at
We
all.
were
You
talking
get
about
the tweet. One tweet goes next to the other tweet. Goes next to the other tweet.
We're just
Yeah,
talking
so-
about like the number of followers that you should how many
It's
people.
not like
you
the
should be
tweets go
following.
on top of each other.
How many people do
Yeah.
you follow, Happer? Or how many accounts
I
guess,
have
do you
no
follow?
idea.
'Cause I'm at 1455 and I'm not sure how. A lot of Formula One stuff. That's
Yeah,
why.
I'm happy.
It says 1K.
So you follow 1,000 people.
What does that mean?
I
I
follow
follow at least 1,000
I follow
people.
But why does-
636.
Why isn't it more specific?
Happer?
1,084
Uh-huh.
is what it says. That doesn't feel like a lot.
Really?
Is that a lot?
I follow over 600, and that feels like a lot.
600.
Yeah, it's time to start churning
Oh, you're
or
gonna
culling.
Calling.
you're gonna start cutting them back.
I'm gonna cull. I think I'm gonna do a little culling.
Whoa.
Yeah, maybe I'll start scrolling through right now. That could be a fun new game.
No, I'd say just stack them all up. Just add them all up.
Are you really annoyed by your timeline?
No, my timeline is actually pretty much okay.
Well, then you shouldn't have to
I
call
think
anything.
you got room to add 400 more at least.
Wow, 400 more
Yeah,
at least.
I'd say double it.
Okay. There are a couple of people that I've started following recently that I'm like, might be unsubscribing to this follow.
Oh, you took you took a flyer and
Yeah, just too many. Honestly, is kind of the thing.
it's like a
where
30-day the trial, 30-day
Yeah.
trial.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to unfollow Tiny Baby Buffs.
Oh wow!
Is it
Whoa,
dead?
You run that account, John.
I don't even have the.
John
I
doesn't
don't
have
the-
TweetDeck
Actually,
anymore.
nobody
have it
has the
anymore.
password for it anymore.
No, we have the password for Tiny Baby Buffs.
Actually, yeah, we do.
Yeah. I still have access to it. But you
Should we
know-
do a tweet from it?
Yeah. Should we say we're retiring? Please unfollow us.
It's a good idea.
Got it.
The last tweet from Tiny Baby Buffs, by the way, was September 18th, 2024. And it was a retweet of Day Fight. It's been a long time. We don't tweet from that account. Anymore. Wow. The last real one was September 13th, 2024. But now it's going to be in 5 seconds when Happer sends
It's
it.
done.
I can't wait to see it show up on my timeline. We're retiring. Please unfollow us. Awesome.
That's what you told me to do.
There you go. See you later.
Did you know that Tiny Baby Buffs follows Justin Bieber?
Oh, I wonder if they like the
Oh
new
wait,
album.
no, it doesn't. It just
Oh.
popped up on here for some reason.
Because we were talking about
I'm
it.
looking at Tiny Baby Buff's timeline.
I'm looking at who it follows. Do you want to know who it follows?
Please tell me.
Omaha Scanner,
Nice.
John Bishop,
Yeah.
Jack Mitchell, Caleb Henry, and me.
Not even me.
Not even Happer.
Or me.
Well,
Did
screw
you
that.
make that
I'm
account?
unfollowing this garbage.
John did. Wow, that's tough.
TBB.
That is tough.
Mm-hmm.
We were able to get to 340 followers on it, though. That's pretty
We
good.
were using that one a lot during the lead up to the first game.
Maybe I'll just take this and I will repurpose it into a burner account.
Excellent idea.
There you go.
What was the thing you did that one time? The engagement farming?
Oh, yeah, the CFB report now.
Should we? So funny.
We should do it.
Should we do one of those?
We should. Yeah.
Okay.
Because you'll have a lot. I mean, Josh, how many podcasts you do. You know how many people are easily triggered in the college football community.
A lot.
So
Everybody.
we could just pick on them with great ease.
So we're doing a college football aggregator type account?
I think we do a college football aggregator account for like the next month until we get too busy.
We could make lists.
That's a fun idea.
Yeah. We'll just tweet out pictures that are stolen from the internet.
You can
and
make
say,
Canva graphics.
What's the thing?
Yeah.
What if we were to make a list looking to get the most people angry? What is the one that does it? Is it like top 10 atmosphere? Is
Yes.
it stadiums?
I believe it's that.
Isn't it?
I believe it's that.
Best stadiums in college
Because
football.
everybody thinks they have the best atmosphere for some godforsaken reason.
What if we made number one like Arkansas?
That'd be kind of funny.
Arkansas.
But you have to make it something that's like mildly true.
What if we
But
did?
then-
What if we did Notre Dame?
I
And we're
think
like,
you put,
it's
like-
the cathedral of the sport. I don't care that it's not as loud as
And-
Death Valley.
But the thing, the key is you put one of the ones that could be number one, you put it at number like 7 or something like that.
LSU Stadium is number 7.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone always talks about the night games. I think the 2:30 atmosphere is actually better. Yeah, it's always stadiums. People get so mad.
People get very
Nebraska's
mad
been
about stadiums.
horrible, and yet people are like, I don't know the stadium rankings.
I
They're
think
too low.
it's really, really bare bones. Like, so stadiums, quarterback rankings,
Mhm.
really, really good. Everybody thinks they have the best quarterback.
Mhm.
Everybody thinks they have like a
What
top
about
5
most
quarterback
likely
in the
Nick
league.
Saban landing spot, since that was
Oh,
the
perfect.
topic du jour for today.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Blue Bloods.
People
That's
love
a
Blue
good
Bloods.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah, so there's options. We could come up with a lot of content.
love this idea.
Come up with a schedule. All right.
Love this idea.
We're rebranding Tiny Baby Buffs
See you later, tiny baby
into
buffs.
a different
Okay,
thing
don't
to be
unfollow
named.
us. Stay
No,
there.
Actually,
Yeah, keep following.
all right, I'll do another tweet. Actually, keep following. We're going to
A huge rebrand is coming.
JK, never mind.
The account will be even better moving forward. John, we got to get you back involved.
I don't have.
We
the
got to get you
anymore.
TweetDeck again. We need to get Chris Prudon down here to help you out with the installation of TweetDeck on your computer.
I've actually not missed it that much.
Really?
No, it's kind of nice
Mm.
because then it looks less busy.
It is definitely less busy. Remember Mr. TweetDeck in Las Vegas?
Yeah, he really
I remember
wanted
Mr. TweetDeck.
By the way, I've called about 12 out of mine so
You
far.
were making
so-
fun of me for wanting to call, and now you're calling?
I've started to call.
I called a bunch of Creighton players that never showed up.
good one.
Like
That's
recruits and
fair.
stuff.
That's funny.
That's fair.
That's
fair.
really funny.
I called Javi Baez off of there. I didn't.
Yeah, he doesn't tweet.
He doesn't tweet anymore anyway. He never
Unnecessary.
did. And he's not playing for my team. So yeah, there you go. Now I'm down to 751.
There you go.
I'm calling a bunch of old video game people I used to follow.
Old video game people you used to
You know,
follow.
like I would play this game a lot. There were podcasts about it and people tweeting about that game.
Sure.
I don't
yeah.
play that game anymore.
No, maybe I should go home and I want to see how many people I could get off my list. I bet I could probably get 200,
Oh, you'd be
300.
surprised how many you see on there. You're like, that person.
Yeah, like, should I follow
Does it-
the Jack Mitchell softball experience? Like, why am I following that?
because,
because-
it's incredible.
No, Jack retweets it every time. It doesn't matter. You don't need to.
Yeah, there
That's
we go.
true. Yeah,
Yeah.
get rid of it.
Yeah.
I do
Unfollowed.
I do realize that I follow a lot of people strictly for my job on
Like
here,
who?
though. Like if I need to get a hold of somebody, I follow them, and sometimes they follow me
Like,
back.
hey, are
so-
you down?
Yeah.
Hmm.
For scheduling purposes, I've noticed that.
Okay.
Oh, there's Jake Eisenberg. Hi, Jake Eisenberg.
I texted him when I was at the Royals game a couple weeks ago. I sent him a picture of himself.
I heard him on TV over the
I
weekend
did
talking
too.
about bad replay calls at
Dude,
second base.
What's going on with this crap?
I'm going to unalive myself.
Can I?
That's what's going to happen.
Can I ask a question? Because I am of football, obviously. So when I watch football and they do a replay, they will often say it has to be irrefutable to overturn
The
it.
term they use is inconclusive.
Inconclusive.
I believe.
And
Yes.
so I watch
or
baseball,
conclusive.
and I saw the 2 plays from this weekend. I was watching the first one live,
Yeah.
and then I saw the other one on Twitter. Those are not conclusive. Are
Correct.
they? Are
I
they
d-
conclusive?
I did not believe the Saturday one to be conclusive.
So how can they overturn it if it's not conclusive?
That is an excellent question.
I don't understand.
I say cancel all replay. Cull it.
Call it like
Cull-
it's a Twitter account.
Cull replay.
So I'm going through my follows, and one of them is a drummer from.
Wow, he just blew right past the top.
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're not listening to what we were saying, were you?
No, I'm looking at. One of these guys is dead. Do you unfollow a dead
Oh,
person?
Yeah,
Well,
they're not going
yeah.
to tweet
They're not
anymore.
going to tweet
Fair.
anymore.
All right, back, Nick, we're
Sorry,
trying to talk
continue.
baseball over here.
Go ahead.
Wow, that was unreal.
I'm sorry.
I just unfollowed a drummer.
A dead guy.
That was
Nick just
awesome.
unfollowed a dead drummer.
But yeah, I hate instant replay.
Did you see what happened?
No, I did not see what happened.
So they slid. They were safe. They called him safe, but
Bobby Witt Jr.
maybe their body lifted up this much
So
off
he
the
goes.
bag.
So he goes over the base with the oven mitt and his elbow is still on it. Lindor's got the tag on him the entire time. And then by the time his elbow comes off the front end of the bag, his leg's on it.
Yeah.
But they still are able to overturn the call. He was called safe because he beat the throw by a mile.
Even though it was not conclusive.
They were still able to overturn the call somehow.
And they did it twice this weekend.
Well, and we're going to go over this a little bit later on.
John's going to defend the umps.
No, I'm not going to defend the umps. I'm just going to rip Bobby Witt Jr. He needs to hit more home runs. He needs to stop stealing base, start hitting home runs.
You're just like fantasy baseball, John.
No. It's my prop bet. He's supposed to hit 30 home runs. He is not on pace for 30 home runs.
No,
Some
not.
say he's a loser.
Should have bet the over on the big dumper.
I should have.
He probably already hit the
How
over.
many home runs has Bob hit this year?
14.
Okay, that's actually more than I would have thought.
Pretty weak.
Robert Witt Jr. What was the over?
30.
Oh, he's not halfway there because famously All-Star break,
Not
not
the
halfway
point.
through
Definitely
the
not
season.
at the
So
halfway
I'm
point.
okay with him being out if that just gets him to bat faster so he can hit some more home runs.
You know what? I think he'll
Hit
do
some
it.
more home runs.
I think he'll come through for you, John.
All right, good.
I think he's going to hit 30.
I'm gonna take your word for it.
Thank
and
you.
if you're wrong, then
Ooh, what does he have to do?
you have to you have to call Bobby Witt Jr.
Whoa.
No more Bobby Witt Jr.
No more
in my
Bobby Witt
life.
Jr.
Get rid of him.
That would be horrible.
You have to close your eyes and plug your ears when he's at
Every
bat.
time he hits a home run.
Nope, I can't acknowledge this.
That would be horrendous. He's so ubiquitous in my life.
He is.
He's everywhere.
He is.
I have his
I
jersey.
just need some more home runs. That's all.
So you have a Pasquantino?
You got it.
Pasquantino. You
Nailed
have a Pasquantino and a Bobby Witt Jr. jersey?
Well, it's the Pasquatch.
You're
You
a
can't
Mr.
not have a Pasquatch jersey.
You're a Mr. Jersey.
I got a lot of jerseys.
Yeah,
You do.
Wow. Yeah.
Got some. When I the thing that I really wanted. Well, I didn't really have a jersey until like 10 years ago when I really decided I wanted a James Shields jersey because I loved James Shields.
I don't remember this person.
He
James
might
Shields.
be the only person on earth besides James Shields with a James
I
Shields jersey.
loved James Shields, and then I got a James Shields jersey for my birthday. That was awesome. And then when I went to Kansas City to throw out the first pitch at the game, I met James Shields. I talked to James
Okay.
Shields. It was awesome. Asked him some questions about changeups and stuff like that. It
Real
was
full circle moment for you.
it was so
exciting.
cool. I was talking to James Shields wearing a James Shields jersey.
Awesome.
I felt a little weird doing that, but I did want to talk about baseball with him.
Mm-hmm.
Love changeups.
I bet he
and-
appreciated your fandom.
Him and Pedro Martinez, those dudes were throwing changeups. That's what I'm talking
I liked Pedro.
I know when people think of great pitchers, it's James
Pedro.
Shields, Pedro Martinez.
I think of great changeups. I think of I do think of Pedro Martinez probably first, but I really think of James Shields.
Wow, Michael Severe just tweeted a list of 6 baseball players who are in the 40 homer, 10 plus letter club. So he must have just gone to baseball
40 homer
Reference.
a season?
I think 40 home run in a season with 10 plus letters.
Okay, this will be fun. Can we try and populate this list?
Yep. So there's 6 of them.
There's 6 of them.
Yep.
40 home runs in a season and 10
Schwarber.
plus.
Schwarber.
Yeah, we have to figure out what's 10 plus letters.
SCH. No, Schwarber's 9, right?
8 or 9.
Encarnacion.
He is one of them. He's
good
one of the
one.
6.
How many letters is in Cavillid?
Oh, not enough.
I don't think that's enough.
I recognize 2 of the names on this list.
Yikes.
Well, I mean, 40 homers.
No,
is
4
not-
of the names. 4 of the names. But you already got one.
Because you didn't have that many. I mean, there weren't a lot of 40 homer guys before the war.
Give me a year on a guy, Josh.
He just has names. I don't know. One of these
Okay.
guys, I think, played in the 70s.
Okay.
Well,
can
Dave
give you-
Concepcion never hit 40 homers.
I can give you his first name,
Yeah, sure.
Carl.
Oh, Yastrzemski.
Yep, he was the first one Michael wrote down. I think another guy's name is Rick. Or is it Rich? Rick or Rich?
Rick or Rich?
Roy. It started with an R. Roy.
Roy.
If it's the guy that I'm looking at.
Roy.
Who's a good Roy?
Roy Halladay, but he's
he
a
did
pitcher.
not hit 40 home runs in a season.
Roy Campanella.
There you go.
Like Campanella.
Thought his name was
Campanella
Rich.
had a 40 home run season. How
According to
about that?
Michael Severe, he did.
Roy Give me another first name, Josh.
Is it Edwin? Is that his?
Encarnacion.
Encarnacion,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, now the last 2, I
Or
don't
it
know.
could have been Juan. Is there a
could've.
Juan Encarnacion?
Well, maybe it's Juan then.
I think it's probably Edwin.
So there are two more guys. I don't know these guys. Their names start with K and P. Last names start with K. The other one starts with P. So you've gotten to 4.
K and
Yes, Campanelli,
P.
Encarnacion, and Granderson. Those are the ones that you've gotten. Wait, did you say Granderson?
We didn't say Granderson.
Whoops.
Damn
you've gotten
it.
4 of the 6 now.
K. We were missing a guy with
K.
it starts with a K.
Yeah. And there's an SZ in there.
SZ
Mhm.
in the name.
In the name that starts with K. It's just a ton of vowel or consonants. I guess there's a few vowels in here too. There's a lot of
K.
vowels and consonants in this
K.
one.
There's just a lot of
I mean,
letters.
it's 10 plus letters.
Just sounds like
Oh my
it's
God.
words.
I don't.
K with a
K. A lot of letters. A lot of.
And a W even.
It was.
Pretty much.
Klazewski.
Yep. Who's that guy? What's his
don't know
name?
Klazewski.
He was from the Reds.
What's his first name?
Ted.
Ted.
He was the
Wow.
guy. He was the
Short
guy.
name, long name.
He was the guy
Have
when
you
they
met
wore
Ted?
the vests. Always didn't wear an undershirt. So his guns were hanging out.
Nice.
So there's one more. This sounds like, there's that restaurant Portillo's. This seems like a spite store last name argument against Portillo's where they're like, actually, ketchup is good.
It's like S'more or something.
No, not like that, but it starts with a P.
But
love
Schmorschmillos would
Schmorschmillos.
definitely have more than 10 letters.
Multiple vowels and then a few consonants in here too.
Well, that's most names.
Can you tell me this person's first name?
No, I don't know the first.
Just Google it.
Well,
Okay.
what's the first letter start with?
P.
Petroselli.
Oh.
No.
Yeah,
Is it?
I think it's Petroselli. Rico?
Oh, Pietro Petrocelli. Oh, okay.
Never heard of that
Who
guy.
is this guy? Who's this guy?
Never heard of that guy.
I
He's
didn't know-
82. He's still alive. 82. He just had his birthday. Happy
didn't know he
birthday,
had a-
Rico.
I didn't know he had a
Rico
40 home run.
Petroselli.
He had
Yeah.
210 home runs in his career. What was the year where he had 40? I have to go to his baseball reference page. All
Well,
right, let's see.
There could be another one added to
Nice
the list.
job.
1969.
Nice.
For
What a
the
great year.
Boston Red Sox. He was an all-star and 7th in
He
MVP
landed on the
voting.
moon that year.
They did.
People forget.
Wow. Some
This means-
assassinations, too.
This means Pete Crow could be the next one on the list.
That's true. He could be.
Thank you, Michael, for the content.
Michael, great content.
Michael Severe,
Baseball
always here
man.
for good baseball content.
Remember when Michael used to like the Mets
I do.
and then he quit them?
I remember when it was right before John started working in here. Michael was doing a show and they surprised him with
Darryl
Darryl
Strawberry.
And
Yeah.
now if they were to do that, he'd say, "Who is this man? Get him out of my face."
Who is the
Mookie
current?
Wilson could come walking in the door and he'd be like waving a bat. Get out of here!
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Hey, it's Ron Darling. I don't care.
who could be the most famous baseball player that would walk through here and Michael wouldn't notice who he was?
He wouldn't know who your guy is, Bobby Witt. There's no way he would know who Bobby Witt is.
No, but I'm like all time, like legends of the game.
I don't know. I mean, I still feel like he remembers.
Do you think?
faces
Do
of
you think if
legends.
George Brett walked through here, he would?
Oh yeah.
You
Okay.
know,
George
I mean,
Brett,
he couldn't see it through
absolutely.
the windows, but yes, he would know.
Probably,
Definitely
he'd probably
George
be really
Brett.
loud, talking about crap in his pants and
Where's that pine tar at?
stuff.
Who's the most famous
Okay.
baseball player Michael Severe couldn't identify?
Awesome.
I suppose we could do current players too. I mean, it's basically everyone.
He would know who Shohei is, right? Well, he
Yeah.
wouldn't know who Mike Trout
He'd
is.
probably be able
Yeah.
to figure it
He
out.
would
but
know who show.
Nobody knows what Mike Trout looks like.
Aaron Judge is 9 feet
You know
tall.
what? He might not recognize Mike Trout.
Yeah.
No,
If
Mike
he
Trout.
walked
No.
in street clothes, he might not
Aaron
recognize
Judge is a
Mike
good
Trout.
one.
No, Judge is way too very distinctive, and it's really.
What about
tall.
what's his name who went from the Yankees to the Mets?
Soto?
So
Would
he
he know who
recognize
Juan
No, I
Soto?
wouldn't know. Who Juan
That's
Soto is.
hilarious
He
because
would-
he's on the Mets.
Yeah, but
But
Soto
there's
and Trout.
nothing. There's nothing outstanding. Like they're not super tall, or they're not like. So they're just normal
He's
kind of
just
looking
like, but
guys.
he's big, right? I mean,
He's a
Juan Soto's-
bigger guy. I mean, they're probably both 6'2", him and Trout.
We almost need to ask Farron and out. Now Soto's not at the All-Star game, but
Do you know who this is?
Get pictures of these guys not in uniform. Let's see if Michael can identify
Oh man, if we
these guys.
could have Farron go up to people and say like, "Hey, can you guess who I am?" and then we could play that, and Michael could do this, and then they're like, "Nope, it's me, Juan
Or-
Soto."
I mean, Farrah could just take pictures of people.
Gosh, this could be a great game, incredible game. We could do that where Michael competes with the listeners on
He
the
would-
YouTube stream.
I bet he would know Ohtani, and
Yeah, Otani's very.
he would
unique.
probably know Judge,
Yeah, absolutely.
but definitely not Mike Trout.
Would he know
no.
Kershaw?
Might have still been in his baseball enjoying days.
Yeah,
You
because
know?
Kershaw's kind of
What about Freddie Freeman, Mr. Teeth?
Ooh, he might not know Freddie Freeman.
Probably he looks like a normal guy. Yeah.
So he wouldn't know who Freddie Freeman
Definitely
is.
wouldn't know like Bobby Witt Jr.
Is there any other really famous baseball players?
I'm thinking of like Hall of Famers.
Yeah. I was thinking of current guys, but Hall of Fame, I mean, you could go that way too.
He know Derek Cheatham.
Keep in mind, though, he was still of baseball when these guys
That's what I'm
played.
saying.
So
like, as of recently.
I think he would recognize him.
Like, he would know Barry Bonds.
Yeah. I mean, his head would
Well,
fit
yeah.
through the
his
door.
head- exactly.
Nick, how's the colon
What if
going?
Barry Bonds walked in here with his elbow pads on and stuff like that.
Dude, those elbow pads were so big.
Calling was going good, but then I got a work email, so I'm working on something else.
Oh,
now.
bummer.
Uh-oh. What did you not do this time?
No, it's just I'm doing my job as the director of video. I'm helping out.
Why do
You
you
also
say it like
unfollowed a dead guy.
I did. I unfollowed a couple dead guys.
You had followed multiple dead guys?
Well,
Wow.
one was an actor, then the other was the drummer.
Could you unfollow me? Because I'm starting to think that
interesting.
all
Well,
the
you wanna
people
die?
No,
You're
no.
not
I
dead
think all
yet,
the
John.
I think all the people you follow are dead or died.
Well, don't drum for the Foo Fighters or be an actor in
the
The
Foo
Wire.
Fighter drummer died.
That explains the account John Bishop's left wrist. I get.
Oh crap! I need to unfollow that. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
How has nobody made a parody account of that yet?
Oh, I'm sure it's probably.
If that
coming.
would have been 10 years
Remember
ago,
parody accounts?
that would have absolutely been a thing. But
Yeah.
yeah, people don't do parody accounts anymore.
That's stupid.
Mhm.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm actually glad.
Just got another text of a Hall of Famer who Michael wouldn't know. How about Larry Walker? Larry Walker.
Oh, he might not know Larry Walker.
I don't know if I know what Larry Walker looks like, and I know the name. So no way.
You don't think you'd notice Larry Walker?
I mean, he's a white guy.
Yeah.
Dark hair. Was it brown hair?
Oh.
I suppose I don't know what he looks like now.
I know what he looks like now. He looks a little bit like Joe in Vegas.
I don't know
Really?
what Joe in Vegas looks like.
Wow! Congratulations to Joe.
in Vegas.
Yeah.
At least that picture, that specific angle.
Larry Walker.
Well, we'll find out more coming up
Sounds good.
tonight with Michael Severe Monday.
By the way, Aaron points out on the text machine. Funny, Strawberry was hitting home runs, and his most ever is 39. He hit 39 homers twice, also 10 letters, but he just missed out
Wow.
on
But
a
he missed a list.
friend of the
Oh.
Grum,
You know
Daryl
what? That
Strawberry.
crossed my mind. But I wasn't able to confirm in my head whether he had 10 letters or not. I figured he had hit 40 home runs.
Just missed it
Wow.
twice.
10 letters exactly.
Mhm.
Interesting.
Indeed.
Okay.
Well, there you go. There's your crossover.
Bye.
Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. We'll be back. A new week begins on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Life's a journey, and it should be wild and free. Leave the city behind and embrace the open road with every twist and turn of the Loess Hills. Feel the thrill of adventure at Loess Hills Harley-Davidson. The ride is the destination. Let the wind whip through your hair as you carve your own path on a brand new Harley. Why settle for city congestion when you can ride the road less traveled? Discover freedom where the land runs wild. Loess Hills Harley-Davidson, where your story begins. Rise up and ride on.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
The time between Memorial Day and Labor Day is known as the 100 Deadliest Days. It accounts for 37% of Nebraska's traffic fatalities. Sadly, 67 people lost their lives on Nebraskan roads during this time last year. Your children, significant others, parents, pets, and friends matter to you. Drive like they matter. Don't let a crash take you.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
They say it is the slowest week of the year in sports.
Got plenty to talk about. SEC Media Days, probably some more Scott Frost stuff.
Sergio Perez driving for Cadillac.
Maybe to slow.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
What you're saying is it is not the slowest week of the season.
I mean, look, there's not sports on a whole lot this week of like importance. I know the All-Star game is fun for people and they like the home run derby. But yes, it is very light in terms of actual competition. But for me, it's been kind of light for competition since the end of the Men's College World Series.
Speculation season, though. Speculation season's fun.
Which happened on the same day of the NBA Finals Game 7. Speculation season?
Yeah, you know. You hear rumors, rumblings. People are like, oh, what's going to happen here? What's going to happen
I haven't
here?
heard any rumors. You heard any rumors?
Who's going where?
I mean,
What are you talking about? Who's going where?
Speculation season happens all the time.
What are you talking about? Who's going somewhere?
I'm just using like Formula One as an example.
No, okay, that's not that season.
I mean, that's what we do all summer. We speculate. How's Nebraska going to be?
We do.
What's
ask.
their O-line going to be like? Are they going to have special teams?
Yeah, well, I hope they have the teams.
Well, we always hope they have the teams, don't we?
Sure. Maybe it's not so slow after all.
Are you worried, John? Are you worried about the week?
It's all about perspective,
I'm not
John.
worried at all.
I'm pumped. Well, you only have to do 2 shows this week, so you don't even have to care about how busy or not busy.
Even if I wasn't.
You're going to go
if
jet
I
ski
wasn't.
in the Caymans or something.
No, I'm not going
You're
jet
going
skiing.
jet skiing?
No,
I'm jet skiing, John.
Jet skiing in the Caymans.
Kind of surprises me.
Of
all the things for John to do on vacation, jet ski would not rank among the top 100
I have
things.
jet skied before.
I know. It
Have
just
you?
doesn't seem like something you would do.
I can't picture
Well,
you
it's
jet
not
skiing.
something I'm going to do right now because
Risky.
I'm not ready to jet ski.
Yeah, we've seen and heard.
It would be a very slow jet ski.
Mm-hmm.
The Grum Down is brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. It's SEC Media Days.
Oh, why would the ZE?
It just means more talk.
Last week we got great content from
but
Media Days.
We like the Big 12. The Big 12 is fun.
Yeah, well, I mean, I like watching football. In
The
the
SEC is just kind of boring.
I like watching football, though. I like the football.
Well, there was stuff said today, and we'll get to some of that.
Yes.
David Ubben of The Athletic will join us in a few minutes. He was at Big 12 Media Days.
Nice get, Nick.
Thank you.
Is Saban coming back to the sidelines?
Huh?
Baseball has reached the All-Star break.
Which is why people call this week slow.
Baseball.
Nolan Sailors.
Matthew McConaughey.
Not Matthew McConaughey.
Oh.
All right.
Not Matthew McConaughey.
Hey, look at them baseballs.
Trying to get you TiVo.
That would be Mason McConaughey of the Nebraska Cornhuskers, both selected on day 2 of the draft.
Think Mason McConaughey knows what TiVo is?
Probably not. I mean, TiVo didn't really last long enough to be remembered by a lot of folks unless you had it.
How messed up is it that TiVo invented basically DVR and then DVR is like the thing everybody remembers?
I mean, it's like Skype invented Zoom and then
true.
Zoom took over.
Yep.
Skype really screwed.
They really did. They biffed it big time.
Yeah, they had a chance.
Mm-hmm.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will be along.
Oh, nice get.
Scribes Peterson is back.
Again?
Yeah. Can't get this idiot to shut
Speculation
up.
season.
No, it's not speculating, Nick. It's just writing. It's researching and writing. That's not speculation.
I'm only, you know what? I'm most looking forward to the end of year 3, so we no longer have to talk about year 3.
Oh, no. Are you triggered by year 3?
But then after the end of year 3, everybody's going to be like, oh, but year 4.
Well, no, because there was never a year 4.
He had
with
1
Matt
year.
Rule.
He had 1 year
4, but
Oh.
it was never like, it was always about year 3. I mean, we've been talking about year 3 for 3 years now.
That's
People
true.
forget.
So I'm kind of looking forward to
Speculating.
no more year 3.
You're
talk.
out on year 3.
I am, yeah.
Well, I'm done writing about it in this way, so at least you can be happy about that. I just wanted to look at like one more thing, 2 more things, like 3 more things.
I'm not saying you're at fault,
and it's
here.
all in there. I mean,
I'm
graphics
not
and
saying you're
everything.
at fault, but I am kind of looking forward to the end of year 3.
No, but then after year 3, people are going to talk about year 5 because nobody knows what year 5 Matt Rule is.
Whoa.
Exactly. Is Matt Rule just going to stand out in the middle of the field, just looking
do I do
around
now?
clueless, going,
Uncharted territory.
I don't know what I'm doing here.
Well, that might not be a bad topic.
Michael Severe Monday will ask him to identify famous baseball players.
He's going to join us later.
In the Grum Down, I said he was going to do a deep dive on the MLB draft.
Wow.
So
That will be
I can't wait for that.
quite interesting to see if he knows anything about the MLB draft.
And it's summer, so Summer League.
Oh, this is gross.
Oh,
See,
John, what the hell?
John being too Creighton pilled at times is a problem because then he wants to talk about Kalkbrenner blocking a shot.
I'm a Hornets fan now,
At
John.
least something happened.
What do you mean at least something
It
happened?
wasn't
There were baseball
speculation.
games yesterday.
Well, yeah.
There was Wimbledon. Why didn't you put Wimbledon on the Grum Down?
Because nobody cares.
Way more people care about that than stupid-ass Summer League.
I don't know.
So are you a Hornets fan now?
You like Summer League now more than
I didn't
Wimbledon?
say I liked it.
You like it more than Wimbledon? If you had to sit down and watch Summer League or
I'd
Wimbledon?
rather watch Summer League.
Really?
Oh, easily.
I didn't realize you
At
hated
least it's
tennis
basketball.
that much. I didn't realize you hated tennis that much.
I don't hate it. I just don't like watching it.
Wow. Interesting.
Is Ryan Kalkbrenner basketball Vince Ferragamo?
Maybe.
No.
Yeah. Could he turn that to John?
Oh.
Where suddenly he's getting league pass? Man, I was watching the Thunder last night, and it's interesting. I don't know if their rotation's going to work well for them winning a second straight title.
So I was talking with Jacob Padilla the other day.
Come into October Sports Talk Radio in Omaha, Nebraska. John Bishop breaking down the Thunder.
I saw more of Summer League than I saw of Wimbledon.
That is crazy. I watched some of that yesterday. Wimbledon, not Summer League.
I didn't watch any of that.
I saw the blocked shot. It was fine. It was a blocked shot. But I saw Wimbledon. It was fine. It was Wimbledon. And I moved on with my day. We
Exactly.
left. We went somewhere.
That's
I had
probably
a family
the best thing to
reunion
do.
yesterday. That's what I did.
Yeah, we went to a movie.
Nice.
Yeah. What did you do?
I just hung around the house.
There you go. See, it's summer, baby.
Nice.
That's how we do.
That's why I tweeted about pasta salad yesterday.
I didn't see it.
Nothing beats hanging around the house.
I do like staycations.
Thank you, the house.
Hanging around the house is good,
Mm-hmm.
even when it's nasty hot.
Dan wants to
Saturday
know.
was great, man. Ooh.
Yeah, it was awesome. Dan says, does John have a countdown for the end of year 3? Yes, are you counting down to the end of year 3?
Well, let's take a look.
How many days until
Well, that's the thing
Black
is we don't
Friday?
know. We don't know when the end of year 3
No, I think
is.
Josh was right.
January 1st.
We don't know that for sure.
Let's just pretend it is.
Yeah, but what if it's not?
It's like 100 and you probably have 130 something days left of year 3.
Because year 3 goes until the season's done.
Yeah.
We don't know when the season's going
Well,
to be
if you
done.
want to be a little spicier, you could say it's going to be over on Black Friday. But that would be quite rude.
Well, if I did that, then I would be like 4 games behind everyone else's predictions because now everyone is like 9.
Okay,
nine,
first of all, it's
9.
not everybody. It's one person.
Yeah,
Second of all,
there's quite a few.
didn't he promise us he was a 7 and 5 man? What has happened?
I have to ask him tomorrow.
We will ask him tomorrow.
We'll have to ask Sip
I
tomorrow.
cannot
about
believe.
that.
Oh, I was going to say Farron because we hadn't spoiled who it was. Yeah, we can ask Sipple too. I don't even know if we're
Yeah.
going to talk to Farron tomorrow. Probably not. Bummer. I said bummer.
You're such a
Why
hater.
do you have such a dark, cold, black soul?
Wait, John's the one
Because
who-
he does.
who's
See,
saying I don't want to, you know.
I mean, that's
live
what happens when you
during year
become a
3
Cowboy
anymore.
fan.
Well,
When you're
yeah.
a Cowboy fan, you lose everything.
I haven't told this to anybody. I had a dream last night that the Commanders made the Super Bowl, and I was triggered inside of my dream. I was like, "What the hell? I can't have any."
Were they
happiness."
wearing their cool black uniforms?
No, you know what? They might have been the R words. I don't know
Oh,
for sure.
no.
They're back, baby.
Why does your subconscious want them to come back?
No, I just think my subconscious knows what's going to happen. It's very
Oh.
smart. It's a very smart subconscious.
Very smart subconscious.
It was so sad in my dream that I was getting triggered.
You
About
gonna
the
talk to your
NFL.
therapist about that one?
Maybe I will. I'll see what the what does this mean? What does it mean when a team that you don't like makes the Super Bowl? And
Do
it's July
Well,
12th.
it's
13th.
It's something you've been used to.
Damn it.
Do you hate when your therapist shows you those splotchy cards, but they're all the same picture of the Cowboys losing?
Damn, if she did that, I'd be pissed. I'd say, what is this? We didn't talk about the Cowboys last time.
It's an ink splotch of Tony Romo fumbling the field goal.
Wow. I was thinking about that while we
wouldn't
talked about it last
Actually,
week.
you know what? I'm
Okay.
gonna start a business where I create all these ink splotches of infamous Cowboy moments. Hey, look, Des didn't catch it.
Grand Kick Chronicles Cowboys edition. Can't wait for that one. D'Lo says, better chance of winning 9, Nebraska or Dallas? I mean, we all know the answer to that. It's Dallas. They play
They
5
play
more
they
games.
play more games, yeah.
Yeah. And they won. They were horrible last year, and they still won 7. They were horrible last year and still won 7 games.
Ooh, it's
definitely Dallas.
It probably is.
And they
But
went
you
12
never
and 5
know.
3 years in a row.
You never know.
Look, I'm not counting on it. Just saying it could happen.
Because your subconscious told you.
Yeah, probably.
402-951-1620 if you want to hit us up on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. You can also text that number as well.
Text me.
If you'd like to text Josh pictures, ink blots, you can.
Sure.
Or you can tweet your ink blots to us in the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Use the hashtag ink blots.
Please, yes.
At
Yeah.
USC 1620.
Why
It's
not?
brought to you by JTech Solar Construction. Is it construction and solar or solar and construction? I think it's solar and construction, right? I believe so.
Construction and solar.
Construction and solar. That's true. Construction.
Yeah, it's not the JTech Solar
It's the
Zone
first
Twitter
thing
feed.
they did. Yeah. And the Equitable Bank inbox. Is it Equitable Bank and Solar or Solar and Equitable?
Is it bank equitable?
Is it personally equitable?
Good questions. We see if we'll answer them.
The Equitable Bank Zone inbox is John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. You can even send your F1 takes to Nick at 1620thezone.com.
Please do. I love F1 takes. I have a lot of them.
All of them are right there. When we come back, David Ubben will join us from The Athletic.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
Thank you.
And we'll talk Big 12 football, maybe even some SEC football.
Perfect.
Or just football in general.
I love it.
1620 The Zone. Well, last week was Big 12 Media Days. This week, SEC Media Days. Then it's ACC Media Days, and it's Big
10 Media Days.
Yeah.
And then the season will be here.
No, it won't. It'll still be August. We'll have plenty of time. But from the Athletic, David Ubben joins us in the video today.
Nice.
It's good to see our guests every now and then. How you doing, David?
Good. I hope Jim Phillips isn't listening. A lot of ACC disrespect here. No ACC Media Days, huh?
I did.
And ACC
Well, I said
Media
that they were
Days.
next week, right? Because they're next week, and then it's Big 10.
Mhm.
Yeah. No disrespect.
Okay. All right, there you go.
I'm rooting for the Big 12 and ACC because we got to have somebody. We got to have somebody else besides these two top conferences. But obviously, last week, everything that went down at Big 12 Media Days. I'm curious. Is there? And I know it's only talking season, but was there a team or teams that you came away feeling, hey, these guys might separate themselves from this giant pack that seems to have developed in the Big 12?
I went to my broker and I purchased all the Utah stock I could when I left Dallas.
Okay.
Couple things on this. One, I do think pedigree matters. Like, I think part of the Texas Tech conversation is like, we haven't seen you guys do this. So I think it's hard for people to wrap their head around. Can Joey McGuire win 11 games in a season? Can Texas Tech win 11 games in a season? Whether or not they do, there's a skepticism there. Utah doesn't have that issue. They've won in every league they've been in for a long time. But I think two things. One, the biggest issue for Utah for a long time, even when they're winning, was not the greatest offense you've ever seen in the world. Bringing over, the sort of offense that they needed from New Mexico, bringing over Devin Dampier, and then you put him behind maybe the best offensive line in college football. I mean, they're at least top 3, top 5, and then you know what they're going to be defensively. I mean, in terms of just reliability, and Utah's up there, and then you add on to that some better scheme. Everything looks good behind an offensive line. And if their offense is merely pretty good, I mean, that's going to be a tough out for everybody. So I think especially coming off of last season, going 5-7, all the talks around Texas Tech and Kansas State and all these teams, not a lot of chatter about Utah. I think if I am a betting man, I'm putting money on Utah to win the league this year.
David, you mentioned Texas Tech. Obviously, locally around here, Scott Frost and what he had to say was the biggest story. But I'd say nationally, Texas Tech has become maybe the biggest story in the conference, giving everything that is being said about them, but obviously what they were able to do ahead of the 2025 season. I love the story that you and your colleagues at The Athletic did, talking to coaches on and off the record about their view of the program. What word do you think best describes the general mood and tenor of college football watchers of the Red Raiders ahead of the season?
I would say skepticism. I think jealousy masquerading as skepticism. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this can't work. Okay, well, what if your team had a billionaire backer that was just funneling money to players? I think listen, it may or may not work, but I keep coming back to, I wrote a story last year about Ole Miss and their portal approach. And I talked to their collective director, who told me, they spent $12-13 million on their roster, which was in the upper echelon of the SEC. No one really knows explicitly, but we kind of talked about that. Like, oh, you're putting all this money in. What if you don't go to the playoff? And his response was relatively simple. Putting this money in the roster doesn't guarantee you anything. I don't know that we can go to the playoff with this roster, but I do know that if we don't invest, we are not going to win anything. And so I think I kind of feel the same way about Texas Tech. Yeah, maybe this doesn't go well this year. Maybe Joey McGuire finds himself on the hot seat in November. Maybe that's true. I don't think this money is going anywhere. And you keep taking that many bites of the apple. Eventually, things are going to go well for you. And I think if you ask Texas Tech fans, just anybody, hey, do you want to invest all this money in your roster, sort of in perpetuity moving forward? Or do you want to be playing an uphill battle in the resource game and the talent game with everybody else? I think you know the answer to that. And I think the one thing, whether or not this works, I didn't hear a lot of skepticism from coaches about the roster. You could talk about the personalities of the guys and making all that work. Most people generally agreed, I think they have the best roster in the league. Well, That doesn't guarantee you anything, but that's a pretty good place to start. So I would say, back to your question, I think it's jealousy masquerading as skepticism.
A few years ago, if the biggest money booster a program had would be parading through media days, it would probably be somewhat scandalous. But Cody Campbell, who is the man behind the money at Texas Tech, but also behind what he wants to see as reform in college football, he's making the rounds last week in Dallas. I'm curious, David, in your opinion, is he just another big booster with a big ego, or is he closer to being a big idealist who's got big money?
I've spent some time with Cody. Is it crazy to think he's just somebody who really loves college sports, wants the opportunities to be there, but loves Texas Tech just as much and wants players to get money and wants Texas Tech to win? I think he wants all those things. I think he wants players to be well paid. He wants Texas Tech to thrive. But he's a guy, that is a self-made man in a lot of ways. And you talk to him about his life experience. He's seen the impact of college sports. Hey, I got to go to college. I got to have these experiences that other people in my family didn't get to have. And I think he's seen that from his teammates, guys who's played college football, knows the opportunities that come with that, and doesn't want that to go away. And I think that he does have a heart for the non-revenue sports. So, as far as the ego goes, sure. I'm sure, all of a sudden you're Daddy Warbucks and you're playing golf with Trump and all these things. And I'm sure there's something to that. But ultimately, whether or not you have an ego or not, you can't deny the impact. And I think at its core, he loves college sports. He loves Texas Tech. So, as far as the other pieces, I guess that's for other people to decide. But I think he's a free market guy who wants to save college sports and wants college sports to be in a place that makes some sense. And he's a pretty straightforward guy. So,
David Ubben of The Athletic joining us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline on Campbell. It's interesting how he's going about it, because he's doing everything that people are like, oh my gosh, this look at the boosters. They're coming in, they're taking over they're paying all this money above board, while at the same time saying we need reform. It's kind of a unique way to go about this. It's almost like he's leaning harder into one bit to show people this is why we need reform. Is that how you see it?
Not as much. I don't know that the idea of a salary cap or the idea of, a lot of this stuff necessarily makes sense in college sports. I think the idea that rev share was going to even the playing field was a bit Pollyanna-ish for my taste. People are going to find ways to get players money. And when you talk about the lack of collective bargaining that went into the House settlements, even though you have some things in that settlement saying players aren't going to sue and this and that, we'll see. I suspect that will be tested soon if they really do flex against these collectives, and the collectives have already pushed back on that. So, in terms of saving college sports, I think that just means preventing opportunities from non-rev athletes from going away, more than, we got to get guardrails around this money or figure all this stuff out. The money's going to be there. It's a free market. People want to pay athletes. Any effort to stop people from paying athletes that they didn't sit at the table and agree to is going to fail in court, because it's un-American. We live in a capitalist society. You can take all of that all you want. The roster movement stuff is not good for the sport. I think everybody is pretty much united around that. Not good for the sport, not good for the kids generally. It incentivizes the agents to take advantage of these kids and trade in short-term paydays for long-term viability of your career. But none of that goes well without collective bargaining. So I think he's a straight shooter, and he understands, hey, this is where we got to get to if we're talking about saving college sports. Now, as far as what that looks like economically on every campus, I think that's complicated. But I think finding ways to protect non-revenue sports is legitimately important to him. But so is making sure that Texas Tech is thriving and that Texas Tech is doing great in this new world and all this stuff. So a lot going on. It's all very complicated. It's all very tied together. But I don't have a lot of skepticism about his means or whatever. I think he's pretty straightforward with what he says he is and what he wants to be.
David, I did want to ask you about what Scott Frost said last week, because you and your colleague at The Athletic and on the Bunch Formation podcast, Chris Vanini, were two of the reporters that were in the room. It's always interesting when something happens, like we've all maybe said something or written something that has garnered maybe more reaction than we expected, or maybe other times you put all this effort into something and it's like, oh, that's not as maybe much as I was hoping for. Were you surprised that what he said last week got the run that it did once it escaped that room and escaped those walls down there in Texas?
Yeah, because we weren't really working on anything. We were just kind of talking to the coaches about what's interesting. And I asked the question that prompted it. I asked him, like, what did you learn? Like, we weren't really digging into, like, what happened in Nebraska? What's the deal with Nebraska? I was like, what did you learn from that experience? And what does that, kind of mean for your time at UCF? And he's like, I don't want to talk about Nebraska. I was like, okay, well, what have you learned, like, since UCF? I don't remember how I phrased it. Sort of just like, what have you learned through your coaching career? And that's when he obviously dropped the relatively attention-getting 5 words. I was surprised. Listen, I know people get mad about the lack of accountability and all that stuff, and I don't know how hard it is to sort of be like, man, I wish it would have worked in Nebraska. That place has meant a lot to me over the years. It didn't work out. I wish him the best, but I'm focused on UCF. That, that doesn't involve saying I screwed up. That just says, hey, I wish it would have worked. And, as much as people want that level of accountability and like, I should have done this, I should have done this, I should have done this, I don't think we're ever going to hear that from Scott Frost. So I was surprised that there seems to definitely still be some hard feelings over that. And whether there is or not, I definitely don't know that it behooves him to voice it. But, that's his prerogative and all that stuff. But I think also, if you're Scott Frost, I think you also recognize that what people in Nebraska think of him at this point in his career doesn't have that much effect on what's going to happen at UCF in the next 3, 5, 10, 15 years. And I think he's okay with that as well.
What are you expecting in the second iteration of him at UCF? I mean, the program that he left in 2017 was not in a power conference. He now joins them, and they're in a 16-team Big 12 that is no longer putting out preseason media polls because they're worried about the effect that could have on potential playoff hopes. I mean, it's a much different sport. The portal wasn't in existence. Obviously, NIL paying players rev share. Like, what do you think with the way that the sport has changed and maybe how he has changed? What is he getting into the second go round?
It's tough. I mean, I think Scott's on that short list of home run hires that just didn't work out. The first act of the Jim Harbaugh tenure at Michigan, Tom Herman at Texas. There's been a bunch of like can't miss hires that have missed. So I don't know. But all I know is that UCF is a very different place for a lot of the things that you mentioned. And they're not as talented as they were when he took over, which is kind of odd, comparing what that program is now to the one that he obviously built in that time. But these sort of retread hires have been all over the map. It's hard to really say. Like I said, some of those guys that were can't miss hires, and then you have some of these sort of underwhelming hires that smash it out of the park. As lukewarm as it is, anytime I see a hire around the coaching carousel these days, I'm usually like, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I just think we've seen this thing be so unpredictable, whether it's, Deion Sanders, where I've had kind of a front row seat to, or Bill Belichick, or all these guys that, people have really strong feelings about. People have been wrong a lot these days. And so I don't know. I think they'll have some level of success. But I don't know exactly what that's going to look like for him. I just think UCF's in such a different place, and it's so hard to tell and how different he is or isn't. I got to tell you, I didn't get a great sense of that from his answer. So, we'll see.
David Ubben of The Athletic joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Outside of the finances and the way college football is being run today, the other big story that affects everybody is the playoff. Has it surprised you how much the Big 12 has continued to lean in on the all-at-large or the 5-11 plan versus the one that would guarantee him the 2 automatic bids, of which they only got 1 last year?
No, because I think, I think Brett Yormark is right that if you just put it in ink that we are half as good as the Big 10 and the SEC, guess what? People just assume we're half as good as the Big 10 and the SEC. And so it's not really surprising. Even if, like, I think he's even admitted, like, it might hurt us in the long run in terms of actual bids. But I think that value and perception that we are not the minor leagues, I think is what they're sort of banking on. So it'd be interesting. And I think they also understand that the Big Ten's on an island here. It seems to be looking more and more. We haven't taken a straw poll because nobody seems to really want to be out there, but it seems like it's pretty much 10-1. And the Big Ten has this veto power that you can have the status quo moving forward. I think they know that. I think they know they have the cards, and the Big Ten or the Big 12 wants to play the cards that they have, which is we're linking arms with the SEC, and we're going to browbeat the Big Ten into saying, okay, fine, we'll do this. And so whether or not they're successful, we'll see. But that seems like a decent card to play at the moment.
David, last one for me. I am curious, do you expect, or what do you expect by the time we get to December 1st? That's the drop dead date for what's going to happen in 26. If you had to bet on what's going to happen, what would you bet on what's going to happen?
Oh, man. I'll tell you, I would not, if you had me maybe bet everything I owned, I would not bet against status quo for at least one more year. Just because I don't know that they're going to be able to get to a place where the Big Ten signs up for this 5-11 and the SEC stays at 8 games. It seems like one of these two are going to have to compromise. And obviously, the obvious compromise is SEC. You guys go to 9 games, we'll do this 5-11 thing that we don't really want to do. I don't know that either of those are going to compromise. And if they don't, we're stuck in the status quo. And if you do compromise, because the fans are so crazy, I don't know how you sell that to your fan bases of I know we said we wanted to do this other thing, but actually, here's why doing the thing we don't want to do is good, actually. And it's that's a tough sell. So the compromise makes some sense, but I don't know that we're going to get there. So we'll see. I mean, I was talking to a commissioner of another league, and they were laughing about, people always say, well, what if they break off? What if they form their own thing? And it's the best thing that we have is these guys can't figure out how to put together a postseason for one sport. They try to put together their own governing body, their own league. They would never actually do anything. So as far as, breaking away from the NCAA, they're I don't have any qualms about that becoming a possibility because these guys can't figure out how to put together a playoff for one sport. So I think that's probably some cogent analysis.
David Ubben of The Athletic. David, we appreciate your cogent analysis, and we'll catch up to you as we get closer to the season.
Appreciate it, guys. Hopefully none of you guys take the wrong job anytime soon. So
we'll try not.
Thank you, David.
David Ubben joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. That's my guess is because the Big Ten they really want this idea.
Yeah.
As dumb as it is, they really want it because they want their playing games. And so they know if they decide, well, fine, we're going to relent, then they've given up the opportunity to force the SEC to go to 9 games. And I'm assuming if they come to a firm decision on what it is they want to do, that's going to be locked in for the term of the contract. So I think what's going to happen is the Big Ten is just going to say, no, we want to stick with our thing. The rest of you want yours. And this is going to go up to the December 1st deadline. And we're going to stay with 12. And it's just going to be, and we're going to go through this whole cycle again next year.
For a whole nother offseason.
And then, depending on how long it goes, because they don't want 5-11, the Big Ten doesn't want 5-11 codified into
because
law.
It would probably be a 10-year or whatever. At the very least, it'd probably be a 6-year thing. Because that's kind of what the normal...
Well, what is the playoff contract?
Well, originally, the first one that we got when it was 4 was 12 years. And so that's why this is through
2031. So it's a 6-year deal.
So it'd be a 6-year deal. Okay. Yeah, because the original one was 12 and we are coming upon this is year 12 of the original contract. And so that's why they have to figure it out for next year by the end of this year because of that. That's why there were all the carve-outs. That's why they were able to expand, yada, yada, yada. But yes, so it's a 6-year deal. So like you said, you're codifying that for 6 years. You're codifying that until, early 2030s.
And my guess is once you go to that, it'll be harder to backtrack to go to the Big Ten's idea.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I have predicted that I think we're just going to have a stalemate because ESPN has set a deadline of December 1st. Hey, we got to have something down for next year by December 1st. If we don't, we're just going to keep it as is. And I think that's what's going to happen. And we could just be rolling over,
doing it all over again
until someone gives up.
Well, and remember too, so you start with the scheduling stuff. The Big Ten wants the SEC to change how they're doing things. The SEC doesn't want to change how they're doing things. All right, so you have that. You have the number. It seems like 16 is the way they're going to go.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's format, right? 5-11 or the 4-4-2-2 plan. But John, do not forget that there was also that goofy proposed plan of 16 where it's not straight seeding and normal scheduling, where it's 16 versus 1 and 12 or 15 versus 2, but that it was the play-ins and then another round and then finally the 1 and the 2 seed. So like, what is that? Is that 4 or 5 things that I just named that they would have to figure out? The regular season scheduling, the number of teams that are going to make it, the bye structure.
Mm-hmm.
There's also a lot of people that think that when they expand, if they expand, that there will be more home games. So if that's the case, how does that work? And so it's not just one thing that they're disagreeing about right now. There's multiple things.
It's a big thing they're disagreeing on.
They're
but
disagreeing
there's
on
other
multiple
items as
things
well.
inside of this same discussion.
When we continue, the idea of the SEC going to 9 games. That was discussed today at SEC Media Day. We have some Greg Sankey audio for you. And other stuff.
A new game.
Including Mitch Sherman.
Oh, nice get Nick.
He'll be at the bottom of the hour, top of the hour, I should say.
Yeah.
As we get closer to 4 o'clock here on 1620 The Zone. Just watching some of the highlights of the day from SEC Media Days, the woefully inadequate.
Woefully. He's won 29 games in 3 years. John, you divide that by 3 and you're looking at 9 points.
You didn't even let me finish.
How can you speak so rudely about a fine Southern gentleman?
I mean, he is a great Southern gentleman. I'm sure his relatives probably fought for the Confederacy back in the day.
Damn it.
Fair.
No, he's a woefully inadequate dancer.
Oh, yeah, he is pretty bad at that.
But as a head coach, he has won 29 games, old Brian Kelly has. But Brett McMurphy, with this tweet today,
a little worse.
Brian Kelly begins his 4th season at LSU. It's hard to believe it's been 4 years already.
Dude, I know.
Already been 4 years.
Uh-huh.
In other words, he already passed his year 3, thank God. The last 3 LSU coaches won the national title. Saban won in year 4. Miles and Orgeron did in year 3. So the pressure's on, old BK.
So do you think they're writing columns down there about how important year 4 is?
Probably.
So yeah, you look at his time. They have gotten a little bit worse every year. They were 10-4 in year 1. They lost in the conference championship game to Georgia.
Yes.
They were 10-3 in year 2. They had a Heisman Trophy winner, but their defense was a sieve.
Yeah, it was bad.
And then last year they went 9-4. So I mean, John, we're throwing a parade if Matt Rule goes 10-4, 10-3.
Oh, absolutely.
9-4
Yeah.
years, right? But for them, because of what you just said, they're expecting more. They didn't finish last season ranked. They finished the previous years ranked 16th and 12th. And yeah, I mean, it's very much become a put up or shut up season for them. The other thing that is not, easily forgotten down there is how poor they have been in openers. Mm-hmm. They are 0-3 in openers. And for those who don't remember, they are playing at Clemson this year in week 1 on the opening Saturday night of the year. They have Florida in the first month of the year, and Ole Miss on the road. Like, look at that, man. That's brutal.
God bless them for scheduling tough in the openers, but
it's cost them.
But yeah, it started off the year on a bad note. And even though now you can have 1 or 2 mulligans in a season because of the expanded playoff,
the vibes have just been
there
so
is
bad.
Something about losing that first game that really puts you behind the 8 ball.
Yep.
And that's where LSU has been really especially the last 2 years, but even, all 3 seasons.
First year they lost to Florida State in the Louisiana kickoff. That was a game that was, if I remember right, mired by special teams mistakes, missed an extra point. They lost by a point at the end. So
that's
I think
right,
they
because they drove and got a touchdown late, and then
they missed the extra point.
Either did they miss it or did FSU block it?
Oh, maybe they did block it.
And either way, and they missed the PAT, and Florida State held on and won.
They play Florida State again the next year, this time in Orlando, and this one's not close, John. They lose by 21 points.
Yeah, Florida State boat raced them.
And then last year, that was the game against USC in Vegas, where, we know what USC turned into. Not a really good football team. What's funny is they rebounded after that. They won 6 in a row, including a overtime victory over Ole Miss, but then they lost 3 straight to Texas A&M, to Alabama by a lot, by the way, 42-13. And then they lost it at Florida, and Florida they're fine. They were 8-5 last year.
Yeah.
They were just fine. And that's how they fell out of the top 25, and they never were able to rebound in there. This is a team where the last 3 coaches have won national championships, and you can make an argument that 2 of those guys are idiots. Les Miles and Ed Orgeron. And that's the thing.
They still won.
Because the reason they brought in Brian Kelly, in a way, John, kind of like around Nebraska, where you fire a coach who did it one way, and then you try to find the antithesis the other.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, Matt Rule kind of responds right to the Scott Frost era.
Sure.
Well, he was supposed to be that. He's not a moron. He's smart. He's not going to say embarrassing stuff. He's going to win football games. Look at what he did with Notre Dame. But they've gotten off to the so-so start. Notre Dame suddenly is recruiting like gangbusters and going to a national championship, by the way. And suddenly, I'm guessing there's a little bit of buyer. Not buyer's remorse on firing Orgeron, but buyer's remorse on Brian Kelly. And so all that to say, it's why this year is so important for him.
I would love to inject some of the LSU faithful with truth gumbo. And
truth gumbo.
Well, they won't take serum down there, but they'll take gumbo.
Hey, have some of this gumbo, Bob. Oh, gumbo.
And ask them, hey, did you think Brian Kelly would win a title within 4 years?
Yeah, that's a good.
I bet a lot of them would say he would.
There's probably a poll question by some radio show from when he got hired somewhere in there.
Yeah.
That he will have won a title by 2025.
Gumbo Sports Talk Radio.
And they've never had fewer than 3 losses. They're always three losses or more. Kind of like the Bo Pelini era, right? Good. 10 wins, 9 wins, 9 wins. Like, you would take that. A Heisman Trophy winner, an SEC championship game loss. Like, that's nice.
Yeah.
But nice ain't the name of the game.
Nice is not what you're looking for.
No.
Nice is not what you're looking for.
Yeah, he is one of the coaches in the country, the year 4 coaches, if you will, John. Him, Lincoln Riley, like those guys have a lot of pressure on them going into this season.
Yes.
I mean, it's quite the coaching class from that offseason, because you had Dan Lanning go to Oregon, and obviously that's worked out wonderful for them.
Yes, it has.
Marcus Freeman, of course, took over Notre Dame, worked out wonderful.
Great.
But look at Lincoln Riley, look at Brian Kelly, look at Brent Venables. All those guys, for a variety of reasons, have pressure on them in this very important year 4. Very important year 4. You know, so it's like almost like, who are you most confident in to kind of pull the reins up and get them out of the rut?
I'm still most confident. I don't think LSU's ready to move on from Brian Kelly, because he'll still probably present a very respectable season.
He's definitely been the most consistent of the 3.
Consistent. I know that's going to be frustrating, but Venables, with the Venables situation, you also have the fact that he's going to have a new AD in another year.
Yeah.
So
that's quite interesting.
That kind of changes the dynamic a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a lot further to come back from.
Yeah, 2 6-win seasons
as they're
so far.
adjusting to life in a new league.
And they spent a lot of money this offseason.
And who was the third one you mentioned?
Lincoln Riley.
Lincoln Riley. Well, there's been heat turned up on him now for the last 18 months or so.
Yes, there has. Because he got off to an awesome start. They were 11-1 in year 1 going into the Pac-12 title game. If they win, they make the playoff.
That's pretty good.
Nick, it is pretty good. The next year, they took a big step back. Last year, they were even worse. You know, suddenly the quarterback whisper stuff is gone with him.
There's a lot of pressure on all 3, but in different levels. The pressure on Kelly is, hey, get us to the top. The pressure on Riley and Venables is
pull the nose up.
Just get us winning again. Because with a program like Oklahoma, at least at SC, they've had their ebbs and flows. With Oklahoma, they don't. They have not had ebbs and flows. They've been the picture of consistency for 25, well, not quite 25 years.
They've been awesome.
But they have been the picture of consistency.
Yeah.
And the last 2 years have been disappointing. Last year was really disappointing.
Yeah.
And they were moving into a new conference.
Exactly.
And I know SC was too. It's man, of those 3, honestly, of those 3, I feel the most confident that Brian Kelly's going to be okay.
Yeah. Well, I know that I'm trying to find the Kelly Ford stuff, because I know, let me see if I can real fast. Because I know he is, there it is. USC, he has his 5th ranked Big Ten team going into the year with the most likely record. He has them as an 8-4 team. All right. 8-4, I don't know. Is that good enough for USC fans? They went 8-4 this year with losses to, let's see, Michigan, Notre Dame, Oregon, and throw in a 4th. I don't know if that would make people really happy. But you look at Oklahoma. He has Oklahoma. You ready for this? 12th in a 16-team league. Dude, that's crazy. He has Oklahoma.
He's got Oklahoma 12th. Meanwhile, what's his name with the giant magazine?
Phil Steele?
Phil Steele has him ranked in the top 10.
Of the SEC or of the world? Of the whole country?
College football.
That's interesting. I wonder why.
The world.
Yeah, he has them losing. This is Kelly Ford. Losing, obviously, to Texas. And I'm just like, when I say losing, I'm talking about 50% or lower, right? Texas, South Carolina, Tennessee, Bama, and LSU. And also, a 50-50 chance in the Oklahoma game, in the Ole Miss game. There's a world where they are sub 500.
I'm going back to SC here for a moment.
Yeah.
There's some heavy hitters in here that are going to be the deciding factor. And they all happen almost consecutively.
Yes.
It'll start out easy. They should be 4-0 headed to Illinois in week 5. But then you go to Illinois, you get a bye week, you get to host Michigan, you travel to Notre Dame, you get a bye week, you travel to Nebraska, then it finishes Northwestern at home, Iowa at home, at Oregon, UCLA. Those games between, the 4 games between Illinois and Nebraska could decide SC's fate. and 3 of them are on the road. Yeah, there's 2 bye weeks in there.
And which ones are where are those games at again?
At Illinois, Michigan, at Notre Dame, at Nebraska.
Think about that, man.
Those games,
at Illinois, at Notre Dame, at Nebraska. You're talking about cross-country trips 3 times.
I mean, they have to go. If they're going to go 8-4, they have to win at least 2 of them.
They got to win a lot. Yeah, and they got to pick up wins early
because you still got a tussle with Iowa, at Oregon, and then a rivalry game against UCLA. So USC's got to go 2-2, in my opinion, if they're going to get to the K Ford projected 8 wins. I think they got to go 2-2 against Illinois, Michigan, Notre Dame, Nebraska. That's going to be tight.
By the way, LSU, Kelly Ford numbers, 8-5, 8.5 wins rather. So, round up, round down, whichever way you want to do. Sub 50% chance against Clemson, against Ole Miss, against Bama, and then pretty much right at 50-50 against Oklahoma in the season finale. So, you get through September if you're LSU and you're feeling really, really good. I do wonder what the reaction is if they start out 0-1 again. At least this time they'd be losing to what is perceived to be a real threat to win the college football playoff in Clemson, but yeesh. Kenneth says Kelly will lose a couple games they have no business losing and end up in a second-tier bowl game. D'Lo says, I feel SC has a shot to make Indy. And that would be quite the breakthrough.
Ooh.
Quite the breakthrough.
Wow.
I just don't know if I buy their quarterback situation.
If they're going to make Indy, they damn near got to win all 4 of those those games that I just mentioned.
And what are they
Because
again?
you still have Iowa and Oregon on the other side, and tough. UCLA.
Yeah.
Go Hawks.
No.
Illinois, Michigan, Notre Dame, Nebraska. No, I guess they don't.
Notre Dame doesn't count.
I guess they wouldn't have to win the Notre Dame game.
Yeah.
Because that's a non-conference.
But you got to go 3-0 in the Big Ten games.
They probably have to go 3-0.
I mean, here's the question. One
and
more
2
for
of them
you.
are on the road.
Question for you. Do you got to go 7-2 or do you have to go 8-1 to make it to Indianapolis? Last year you had to go 8-1 because there was a tiebreaker that kept a couple teams out of it. Can there be a 2-loss team in Indianapolis this year? Because last year was pretty wild. I'm guessing that we're going to have more years like what the SEC had last year than we are what the Big Ten had last year. Because they had an undefeated team and then 3 8-1 groups, 3 8-1 programs.
I mean, the reason why last year broke out like it did was the schedules just happened to be
perfect,
spaced out so much that you had so many teams with just 1 loss.
Well, because Oregon only played Ohio State, Penn State only played Ohio State, Indiana only played Ohio State, but Ohio State had to play all 3 of them. That was the issue. If there would have been if Penn State would have played Indiana, that would have meant an additional loss. If Oregon would have played Penn State, that would have meant an additional loss to somebody.
All right, so this year Ohio State has Penn State and Michigan.
In terms of
if we're gonna call it the Big 4,
okay.
Right? Michigan, Ohio State, Oregon, Penn State.
Okay, so they have 2 of them.
Call them the Big 4.
Last year they had 3.
Ohio State has Penn State at home and at Michigan.
Okay.
Oregon is at Penn State.
And that's it?
And that's it.
Wow.
Penn State.
They have Oregon. And Ohio State.
Oregon and Ohio State.
And that's it.
And that's it.
And then.
And Michigan.
Has Penn State. Or no.
Only has Ohio State.
Wow. Interesting. So that's going to happen. If what I just described is going to happen, you're going to have outside of the top 4.
So you know what? It's possible it could happen again. Now, I don't think Michigan's not where it was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But Michigan is, I will say this, outside of the Ohio State game, they're at Nebraska, at USC. Man, that's that's fairly manageable.
Look at you talking yourself into the Wolverines.
Welcome
to the club, John.
K-Ford's got him at 9 wins.
Mm-hmm. We'll learn a lot about them. If they go into Norman and smoke the Sooners, I think you should feel pretty good about Michigan moving forward. Pretty good.
Yeah, but what if Oklahoma's really not that good?
I know, but if they smoke them, that's what I'm saying. If they beat them pretty bad. Like if they win, I'm not going to take a whole lot away. But if they go in and win by like 20, that'd be interesting.
Let's see. For me to be sold on Michigan,
what would it take?
If they
beat Oklahoma and
if
Nebraska.
they smoked Oklahoma
and then they beat Nebraska.
and Nebraska,
you're buying in.
Sure.
You're painting your face blue.
No.
You're saying, I love Jim Harbaugh.
I'll be painting my face blue in October because of the Cubs.
Oh, but not the Blue Jays. Tough look for Creighton.
Well, Creighton's
Very
not.
tough look.
Creighton basketball's not playing.
Rob Anderson, that's you?
Creighton
I'll
basketball's
send him
not
to the
playing in
principal's
October.
office.
John, you should be a Creighton honk
Yeah,
year
they
round.
are.
They're not playing regular season basketball in October.
Semantics. They're playing, though. They're playing.
But they're not playing regular
Just like there's a
season
Hall
basketball.
of Fame game in 2 weeks and 3 days, John.
That's an exhibition
That's
game.
called
It doesn't-
17 days.
It doesn't count.
Betting matters, John.
Betting doesn't matter if you don't bet.
Time to bring back the bet of the day.
Oh.
One night only.
Remember bet of the day?
Thursday, July 31st.
What if we brought back bet of the day, what's for dinner?
Ooh.
So we do a bet of the day and what's for dinner.
Wow, that's a busy final segment of the show every day.
It's a very busy final segment of the show.
Again, the only problem is
I don't know what's for dinner.
There's not a lot of stuff to bet on during the
Not
week.
right now.
Except,
Not right now.
Except baseball.
Ugh.
Not right now.
Wow, that was some good football discussion. Great work, everybody.
And now
I'm
we don't
proud.
have to talk about football the rest of the show.
Nick,
good job, guys.
You're an idiot.
Well, we actually do because
Thank you, John.
Greg Sankey said some things this week. Today.
Greg Sankey loves saying stuff.
He does love talking.
He does.
He's like a podcaster.
And like him or not, he carries a lot of weight.
Wow, John,
A lot of
don't
importance.
body shame Greg
I'm not
Sankey.
body
Whoa,
shaming
he's
him.
like Kevin Keatsman. Patrick Mahomes is fat. John Bishop, so is Sankey.
1620 the zone. Mitch Sherman's going to join us here in a few minutes. All the excitement of last week now over. Nope, no one said anything at SEC Media Days today that was disparaging of the Nebraska job.
Yet.
Well, I mean, they didn't. They wouldn't. Why would they? I don't know why. Did you know? Wow.
What's up?
We have another cool prize.
Oh.
This thing, some people on this show, all they do is they count down to one particular sport. But there's another sport that's starting even earlier.
The NBA. Oh, no, the NBA is after football. What? What's before? Oh, volleyball. Oh, this is a killer prize.
Now you remember.
No, this is a killer prize. I've seen this. I responded to our promotions person and I said, this prize rules.
It's the AVCA First Serve Weekend, and the Zone wants to send you there in style. There's going to be 10 of the nation's top D1 teams, including Nebraska and Creighton.
Nice.
Playing August 22nd through the 24th. That's before football season. You have a chance to win 2 tickets to the AVCA First Serve and also a 2-night stay in a hotel in downtown Lincoln and $150 in spending money.
What?
Wow.
Damn, that's badass. Now you have to stay in Lincoln. Ugh, bummer. But the rest of the prize is great. I do like being close to things. That's a great prize. How can I sign up for this?
You cannot, because you are ineligible, because you are a loser.
That's not why I can't sign up.
Oh, it's because you're a Cowboys fan.
That's also not why.
And you refuse to count down to volleyball. 1620thezone.com.
Oh, do it.
So go there today and register. You could be headed to the AVCA First Serve Weekend.
This is a badass prize. This event is going to be sweet.
Yeah, it
There's
is.
going to be a lot of good
Nick,
teams.
are we doing the show from there?
Not that I know of.
Bummer. That could be pretty cool if we did. It's opening on Friday.
Well, we might be able to. That'll be the make good for not going down to Kansas City.
No. Hey, what words are those? It opens on Friday the 20th of. Wow, that is barely a month away. That's 37 days away, Nick.
Sometimes I wish you used your good math powers for good.
He says 37 days till volleyball. 37 days until a great women's sport begins, Nick.
No,
that's bad?
You're counting down is what you're doing.
I'm just telling
you're
you
just
the
doing
number.
it to feed your countdown habit.
John and you say I didn't count down to the right sport. Now I count down and you're mad still.
I'm just mad in general that you're counting down. Live in the moment, Josh.
Saw a trailer for the Odyssey this weekend, Nick, and hard not to think about where
fair.
I'll be in a year.
I am counting down to the Odyssey.
I'll be seeing it at the movie theater.
Do you think if it goes well, they're going to do the Iliad?
I don't know. I was trying to figure out. Did you read No, my answer to that's no. Did you read the Odyssey and the Iliad, or just Iliad, right?
Iliad.
Did you read one or both of them, or neither?
I think it was just one.
Which one? The Odyssey?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you read it as a freshman in high school?
I don't remember.
Everyone read it as a freshman in high school. Why is that?
I don't know. We did the Odyssey, but it was in that English book you get that's just full of a bunch of stories. So they condense all the stories that are in there.
It's called Cliff's Notes.
It's not really the Cliff's Notes, though, because we still spent multiple class periods reading it out loud.
I don't remember much
everything.
except for there was a one-eyed monster, right? Wasn't there a one-eyed, like a Cyclops?
His name was Cyclops.
All
Then Odysseus is like, I'm nobody.
Sorry, John.
No.
You want to talk about football?
No, let's keep talking about the Odyssey. It's a great story.
I'm sure it's great.
I think I might try to reread it, but it's poetry. I hate poetry.
This
It's one
is-
giant poem.
This is a classic example
Epic
of
poem.
why there is too much talking, because it's a
Wow.
story.
Talking about the Odyssey?
It's a story that comes out about a guy's prediction, and then the people who relate the story said, yeah, but I don't believe it's going to happen.
That's called aggregation
Speculation season.
and speculation.
But Greg McElroy of ESPN, who once quarterbacked for Alabama, and Nick Saban, said on his morning chit-chat show today
Nice.
that he heard someone predict that Nick Saban will return to coaching.
Whoa, topic alert.
He said
Whoa.
a very much in the know person thinks Saban will get back to the sidelines. So what does Greg McElroy do with the information? He brings it to his show, and then he
Nice.
brings it on to Paul Feinbaum. And then what do those two proceed to do?
You're
Say
an
it's-
idiot.
say it's
Basically
not gonna
say,
happen.
no, it's not going to happen.
No way in hell.
Feinbaum's like, nah, he's too busy golfing. And McElroy said, yeah, you're probably right. He's probably not going to go. Probably not going to do this.
Mm-hmm.
I think the worst thing about the state of the internet and social media right now is anybody could just say a source, and then
Well, but
other
this-
people will believe it.
You know what?
To be fair, I mean, he did play for him.
This isn't even the internet. This is
This is the radio show.
This is radio/TV show.
Yeah, I guess
these are chit chat shows. This is like old school rumors.
Nick, this would be like a comparison. This would be like if Damon Benning went on a digital show of some sort, right?
Okay,
Stay with me.
I think I can.
And Damon said, and
Why would
I'm
you just
not
want a digital show.
I'm not reporting that Damon did this, but I'm just trying to help
It's
out
an
our
example.
listeners.
It's an
because he
example.
played for, if he came on a digital show and is like, I think Tom Osborne's going to coach again. Right? Like in terms of former player, a relationship.
Well,
there.
no, this would be like if Damon talked to somebody who said Tom Osborne was.
Oh, that's a
going
good
to coach
point.
him.
Yeah. So Damon would have to talk to somebody who said
So
that.
it's a
to him.
somebody who knew somebody.
And then Damon would say this person's really.
The bottom line
But
is
we don't
this.
know if that somebody
There's-
actually knows
There's
somebody.
way too
That's
damn
true.
much talking, and no, Nick Saban is not going to come back and coach.
But don't you want this to be true? How fun would that be?
I really don't.
I do, because he would suck. How fun would
no,
that be?
I don't think he would suck.
He would. He hates new NIL. Where's he going to go?
No,
He's
that's
too
not why.
old. He's 1 billion years old.
Why would
I want it.
he didn't get out because he hated NIL?
He was a little triggered by where college football.
What are you
was going.
talking about? They were paying players already.
Yeah, he liked it when it was illegal. He didn't.
Well, guess what? Now it's legal again.
I know, but remember, he doesn't like that. Oh, that I guess they are changing the rules where you're going to go back under the table. So maybe he'd be successful again. You don't want him to coach? This would be so much fun.
No,
That'd be a great story.
no.
Where would he go?
It wouldn't be a
Think
great
of the
story.
breathless coverage we could give it. Where's he going to go?
I'd rather
Maybe he
not.
goes to LSU.
Can't we just focus on the
Matt Rule hot
weird
seat.
stuff that we have now?
Nick Saban
We
versus
still
the world.
we still haven't seen what Belichick's going to do
You-
yet.
No.
Yeah, he'll suck.
Well, maybe he doesn't want to come back as an HC. Maybe he
He
comes
wants to
back
be
as
Bill
an.
Belichick's defensive coordinator.
That's exactly where I was going.
Nick, I like that. See, now that's an idea.
Good Lord.
People are saying, people in the know, John, are wondering.
Uh,
Yeah, this was a hilarious thing. It was like some random guy told it to Greg. Greg took it to the radio and then was like, I don't believe it, though.
yeah, I don't want him coming.
That'd be like if I came to John, I had the sources telling me X, Y, and Z, but I just don't agree with it. Then don't talk about it.
It's a
Now,
weird thing
that's,
just to
I
bring
know
up.
why they did, though, because look, now
Clicks.
everyone's talking
Because
about
it's talking season.
God, I do love talking. Isn't it always talking season, though? To be fair, we're always talking. That's how we communicate,
I guess.
except in Arrival. The aliens communicated in a different way.
I love
They
Arrival.
little spinny stuff. I
They-
rewatched it
They
recently.
did have the spinny stuff.
Very
By the way,
good.
speaking of the new way of doing things, Lane
Spinny
Kiffin,
stuff? Oh.
who was one of the coaches who did talk today,
Yeah.
says, quote, "It's obvious schools are not staying within the new revenue sharing cap." Didn't mention
Shaw.
any names.
Yeah, duh. Of course, Lane.
Nobody is.
Well, they got all their payments done up front, though. John.
Sure, but-
they're fine.
Trust.
It's legal.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lane. Did you see he also said he was not trolling? He was not trying to troll Hugh Freeze with his golf quip last week. We talked about that.
I
Didn't
don't
we?
remember talking about that.
We didn't talk about that?
He loves to troll, though. Look at his Twitter.
So I thought we talked about this. So apparently
I don't
Hugh Freeze
remember.
has been golfing a lot this summer.
Oh, I guess we did. But
Yeah. So Lane Kiffin brought it to light. He quote. He's like, "Good job," or "I could be as good as you someday," or something. He said he wasn't trying to troll. Do we believe him?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
Just scroll through Lane Kiffin's Twitter.
His whole bit is troll.
That's his thing.
It's like you and Justin Bieber albums. That's your whole thing.
Yup, just Justin Bieber albums.
At least on Fridays. Friday, July 11th.
You know who else is good at trolling?
You.
No, I don't really troll that much.
Oh, okay.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic.
Whoa!
Now, is he really, or did some guy just tell you that he's good at trolling?
Oh,
Your
interesting.
brain is-
Yeah, sources in the know.
Somebody who's in the know says that Mitch Sherman's good at trolling.
Awesome.
But I don't believe him. So I don't even
Interesting.
know why I
Yeah, I
brought it
disagree.
up.
This person's an idiot.
He'll join us next on 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Mitch Sherman, who joins us on the Prairie Flower Zone Casino Zone hotline. By the way, go to 1620thezone.com and you could win a $100 gift card from Prairie Flower Casino, sponsor of the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline.
Oh, interesting.
Hello, Mitch Sherman.
Mitch?
I'm here.
Hey, Mitch, how are you?
He made it. He got it.
Hey.
Did the phone fall down between the cushions or something?
No, I don't. I think that there was some kind of a button or something that didn't get pushed. I think
Nick,
that was fine.
Did you?
I could just hear quietness the entire time after the intro.
Awkward. Well, that's a little uncomfortable because we were saying words. Our phones have been on the fritz today, Mitch, so perhaps it was
Have
that.
they?
Well, earlier they couldn't talk to Mike Schaefer because the phones didn't work. Outgoing or ingoing or incoming. Yeah, not great. Not great.
Well, I'm glad to see that it is working for Mitch Sherman.
Mm-hmm.
It is now.
Yeah.
Do we want to? Nah. You know what? I'm not going to go there.
You're not going to go there.
I'm not going to go there. Because we already went there last week. We don't need to go back there again.
I'm going to ask a question, Mitch, but you don't have to talk about the specific moment. But let me ask it this way. Did you ever in your wildest dreams think that Big 12 Media Days would give us something to discuss for like 4 solid days?
No, I thought it was probably going to be like a one-day topic.
Yeah.
I remember talking early in the week last week before, and UCF was on the first of 2 days before all that began, about how we were probably going to be talking about Scott Frost the next day.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really envision it would be for the reason that we were, but I just thought it was going to be of interest, whatever it was that he said, even if it was in no way controversial or worth remembering. I just thought, hey, this is his first time back at Media Days since he had that really memorable or not memorable appearance at Big Ten Media Days in 2022. So
yes.
I was more going at it like I was very interested. It's funny to say now, but I was very interested in what his opening statement was going to be like on the podium. And then that all got blown out of the water because he talked to Chris and David about things that he probably shouldn't have said.
Yeah. All right, there we go. We're good.
Well, I guess now that you've opened the door.
Look at what I did. Classic me.
Well, I'm curious. How do you suppose Tom Osborne feels about what was said?
Oh, wow. Good angle.
Do you think he really, at this point, do you think he really gets much into that? I hope for Tom Osborne. And sometimes I think this, like, I'll get calls sometimes from people in the media who don't know him and who know me, have worked with me or currently work with me and want to know, hey, how can I reach Tom Osborne? I'd like to ask him about such and such. Or, I see him interviewed here locally because something came up. And I think for the last couple of years, my response is like, can we just kind of let him
leave him alone?
Can we kind of like let him be in peace? I know there are some times where he likes to speak and he'll do speaking appearances and that's fine. But I just don't know if he spends his days right now like in the weeds of whatever the latest drama is. So I really hope that he spent about 10 seconds on that and thought, okay, that's, whatever. But I'm past the point of caring. I hope that's how it went. I sadly, I don't think that's how it went. I think he probably considered what happened and had some thoughts on it and pondered over it. But I don't imagine that he was like really all that thrilled because he was referenced in the comments by Scott Frost that when Frost said he was tugged back to Nebraska by forces that were essentially detrimental to his own career path. And that would be one, Matt Davison, who was the number one force who had been tugging at Frost and,
Yes.
all well-intentioned for years
Sure.
to come back and lead the program. And then two, at the end, when Scott had to make the final call, Osborne was the guy who helped get him there.
And that's why I wonder, how he feels about it, because I think Tom would understand as much as anyone, hey, if you really don't want to do this, then you shouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
And so you wonder if he feels like, oh man, I led Scott the wrong way, or, I talked him into doing something he really didn't want to do. And, and I don't know how much they continue to talk. I mean, I still find it very interesting. He's at a lot of practices, or at least he has been, a lot of Nebraska practices, so he obviously, and Matt Rule has encouraged, that kind of, legacy people being around the program. But I do wonder if there's a part of him that feels like he let one of his mentors or mentees down.
I don't know. I think, and I hope that he probably approaches it from the standpoint of there wasn't a lot. I mean, Tom was going to say what he was going to say, and unless he got just a very strong, like almost just a blunt message from Frost in that time back in 2017, like, Coach, I don't want to do this. Help me get out of it. And I think if that had been those have been the words spoken, and I don't think they were. If they had been, then I think Coach Osborne would have done what he needed to do to help Scott out of that situation. But I think it was more like, I'm not sure about this. I have conflicted feelings. We love it here, but I love it there, and I feel like and then Tom did, of course, what he felt was best for Nebraska, and he thought what he thought Scott would be able to accomplish here. I mean, you looked at his short track record as a head coach, and it gave you a good feeling about how things might go in Nebraska. But he's been in so many positions over the years just since he retired, and that doesn't even account for all of the decisions that he helped people make when he was a coach, which I would think would outnumber the decisions that he's made in retirement. But just the stuff that he's done since he retired, when he was probably the person that, if you had access to Tom Osborne, he was the number one person that you would come to in the Nebraska football community for advice. So how many people have come to him and said, what do you think I should do about this, over the years and years? And you have to, I think, just accept that not everything's going to work out. This was a big one that didn't work out, but I really think his personality is such that he's going to say what he thinks, and he's going to try to help people. And if it doesn't work out, you can't take, that's not on him.
Right.
Mitch, I thought the title and sentiment of your column from Friday was quite interesting. For those who missed it, it read, "Is Nebraska on the verge of a breakthrough? Cincinnati opener should provide quick answer." So often we approach these first games, and it's been the first game in, around here, usually 9 months, but this year it's going to be in 8 months. And we're like, hey, don't have any takeaways, big takeaways. It's just game 1 of 12. Do you feel like this is one of those rarities, though, where you're going to be able to leave it maybe with a few bigger sweeping takeaways than normal, just because of what it represents, what Nebraska does and doesn't have back, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, I think there have been a few of those in recent years, because Nebraska's played more power conference opponents in recent years to open than it had in a long time.
Right.
I mean, it was decades of almost all, doormats as the season opener. And now there's been this stretch since BYU in 2015. So since Bo Pelini left, where more of the games have been against conference teams, or now a couple of non-conference teams, and the Colorado game would count as that too, although that came after a rain out. It wasn't scheduled that way. But there have been 3 games that have been against power conference opponents to open out of league. So in most of those games, I think we've probably gone in and said, this is a really important game. That's where I thought you were going with the question. Like, is this another one of these games where it's a really important game at the beginning? I mean, if you think back to Illinois, if you think to Northwestern, those two in particular, I don't think we thought that quite that way about Minnesota because it was Matt Rule's opener. We probably didn't think that way or think in any kind of a normal way about the Ohio State game in 2020 because it was just such strange circumstances.
Yeah.
But didn't feel like an opener. But those two that I mentioned, Illinois and Northwestern, were games where it was just felt like so much was riding on it. Like the whole tone of the way that the season was going to go was going to be largely determined in the first 4 quarters of the season. And I don't know that it's quite as strong as those two situations right now, but it isn't far behind. It's like creeping into that territory. And then the other reason there are a couple of reasons I chose to write that. One, because Cincinnati was on stage last week at the Big 12 Media Days. And, there were things to learn about their team and their program. And then two, like, it's a Big 12 team. Like, you can look at Cincinnati and go, oh, it feels like you're playing a team from the American. Like, no, this is a Big 12 team and should be treated and viewed like a Big 12 team because Nebraska just hasn't really earned the street cred to say, nope, you can chalk that one up as a win. So you have to treat this as like you're playing an Oklahoma State or a Texas Tech or Kansas State or something like that.
I was just doing a quick scan of all the years, and there was kind of a drought there from I'd say the mid 2000s, like 2005, 2006, until you got to that BYU game, and then the trend has been more what you would consider power conference or power conference caliber opponents.
Yeah,
and that is, I mean, we've talked about it several times. We didn't really talk about it much last year because the opponent was, quote, only UTEP. But in 2023, talked about it with Minnesota, talked about it with Northwestern in 22, 21 with Illinois, 2020 kind of different because of just the weirdness of that year. But how much that first game really set the tone for the rest of the year. And so to your point, Mitch, it truly is important to get off and try to win this thing, because I can only imagine what the reaction would be if they don't. Even though the schedule still sets up fairly decent for Nebraska, to lose that first game to what is predicted by some to be a mid to lower pack Big 12 team, this one carries as much weight as those other ones did, even though it's a non-conference game versus some of those conference games that we've seen in the last 4 years.
It would just zap the momentum. Like Nebraska has rebounded from what was like a rough start to the offseason, like the very beginning. And I don't even mean the offseason, like after the regular season. It was a rough very beginning because all of a sudden you're hit with the news that Tony White is leaving for Florida State, and he's taken some of his assistants with him, and then some defensive players who you would like to have back are going to the portal. So it was a tough first few days for Nebraska in the offseason in December, and then it really swung, and we've been on an uptick with transfer news and the spring and just momentum and coaching hires and then momentum here this summer in recruiting. So you would, all of that goodwill and that momentum that you gained, and it's almost always like this in the off season, but you could just pop it. It'd be like the balloon popping on one day, and that would be really frustrating. Even though you'd still have some things out there, of course, to play for in the Big Ten, it would just really be a step and they don't want to think about that. Like we don't want to talk about that on July 14th. Like what would that be like? Like, I think people know. I don't need to explain it anymore. And like Nebraska can go in, and I would say should go in and win that game. But what I learned about Cincinnati and listening to Scott Satterfield last week and some of the Cincinnati players is that they feel really good about what they've done offensively. And that last year, that when they ended on a down note, it's because they went through some of the things that Nebraska did in the late part of the season on offense. And Cincinnati's gone out and addressed that in the portal, and they have a big time tight end who's coming back, and they feel like their quarterback has the weapons now. And he's a multi-year starter to transfer from Indiana to put up a lot of yards. Now there's some questions about their secondary, and maybe that's going to lead to a big day for Dylan Raiola and some of the pieces that Nebraska's added in the offseason. But you can see a lot of points scored. Like, I don't know if the Nebraska's defense with John Butler and Phil Snow and that power structure are going to be ready to go out and play in midseason form. So maybe it ends up being a 35-24 game or something like that.
Hey, Mitch, John mentioned it, and there was a comment now in the chat from one of our listeners, Brian. He says, this schedule gives me some hope, though. Like, we have now reached the annual part of the off season where everyone is like, the schedule sets up pretty well. Have you felt that way the entire off season? Do you feel that way now? Yeah. And if not, like, what do you make of that? Because it is certainly ramped up. It's probably just because now everyone's looking at the schedule a little more. I don't think like there's nefarious motives here, but what have you made of that reaction recently?
Yeah, I've caught wind of some of that. Was it Phil Steele or one of the one of the summer publications rated Nebraska's schedule as the easiest or second easiest in the Big Ten?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's not Wisconsin's schedule. I'll say that. Like, there have been years where you've gone into a season and looked at either the whole schedule or like a big chunk of it, like last year, the second half, and just thought, ooh, they're going to walk into some trouble there. And while November is tough, no doubt, there's 3 games out of 4 in that final month that look manageable for Nebraska. I don't mean like they're going to win all 3 of them, but you're not going like, okay, there's a loss. I mean, the only one that's just like totally daunting is at Penn State. So Nebraska can finish strong, and I guess that's the way I would describe the schedule when I look at it. It's manageable, but you want to start on a good note. Like, you want to be 3-0 on September 20th. Like, need is a strong word, but it's close to needing to be 3-0 when Michigan comes into town on September 20th.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, thank you again. And
thank you guys.
We'll see how things go this week and probably next week. Maybe
Mitch, are we talking to you next week, or will you be on an aeroplane out to sunny Las Vegas?
Yeah, we'll have to schedule around that. I will.
Right.
I will. I think.
Is that next week?
I'm going to be out there. Well, I got to factor in the time change. I might be like walking through the airport.
Wow.
At this time.
Nothing better in a radio interview than the guest being in an airport.
Well, especially with the slot machines and everything, and the noise in the background in the Las Vegas airport. That's what you guys want. I'll sit down at a row of slot machines and just do the interview there.
I like it. I love it.
You didn't realize Big Ten Media Days was next week?
I thought it was a week after, because I thought it went Big 12, SEC this week, ACC, then Big 10.
I think the ACC is either this week or it's next week. They're like doubling up.
Next week.
Yeah.
It's next week. Yeah, it's also next week.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you can tell, I'm excited to go.
Yeah.
You can get the Mountain West Media Days this week as a little appetizer. That's also in Las Vegas.
Ooh. Do you suppose the Pac-12 people show up there and
we're
taking this place over?
Oh man, so awkward.
They can bring in a little sign and their 2 teams.
That's
although
true.
it's growing. It's going to be a thing again. Got some Omaha area players headed to play in the new Pac-12 at Fresno State.
That's exciting.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, I'm going to get so damn confused trying to figure out these damn conferences.
Yeah, indeed.
All right, Mitch, have a good one. We'll talk to you next week, perhaps from an airport in Las
Thanks,
Vegas. Mitch Sherman joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. For some reason, I thought it was 2 weeks.
No, baby. It'll be Big Ten Media Days, Nebraska, next Tuesday, the 22nd. Man, you picked the wrong week to go out of town, you big idiot.
Yeah,
John.
I
guess I don't know. I assume you're going out of town. Whatever you're doing, you picked the wrong week to do that, you big idiot.
Why?
Because now you're going to have to talk about Big Ten Media Days next week.
Well, what? Honestly, it doesn't really change what we would normally talk about.
No, but it changed. You could have missed it. Now you're just missing SEC Media Days this week.
Yeah, but
and a Carolina Panthers guest apparently.
I'm gonna try.
But again, Big Media Days doesn't usually change what we talk about.
Yeah, but now you have to talk about it. I was trying to give you an out. Maybe if you would have been gone next week, you would have missed Media Days, and then it would have been training camp, and then you're just talking about training camp.
We're not talking about training camp.
Yeah, we are. It's called practice quotes, John. Quotes from practice.
Oh.
We'll play them on the air. By the way, John, I know you're not a big Ted Lasso guy. Not that you're an anti-Ted Lasso guy. You just never watched
I've never watched it.
So one of the stars, she was the woman from Game of Thrones who said shame.
Which one?
Shame. The one who said
shame.
Shame.
Shame lady.
Shame behind Cersei.
She likes to get people naked and shame them.
Yeah, she's on Ted Lasso. She was the owner of the football club.
Oh, okay.
So they're bringing the show back for some reason. Bad idea. Anyway, she has a quote.
It went away?
Yeah, it had 3 seasons. They said goodbye, but now they're going to do more seasons, apparently.
Wow. They're
ready for this quote?
Yeah.
They're desperate, all right. And this isn't going to make me want to watch. From Hannah Waddingham, one of the stars of Ted Lasso. She says season 4 is like a beloved dog that was buried, and now we've exhumed it. John, you ever want to hang out with a dead dog that you pulled out of the ground?
What the heck is that? And she's supposed to be on this show?
She is on the show. She owns the team.
Remember the pictures that came out of the cast reading season 8 of Game of Thrones, and all of them look horrified at what they're reading?
Oh, at the very end. Yeah.
I would like to see pictures similar to that with Ted Lasso.
Yeah, but at least with that, they knew it was coming.
Season 3 was garbage. Season 3 was not very good. Season 3 was bad. Season 1 was better than Season 2, which was better than Season 3. It got worse and worse and worse. I still
Can
enjoyed
we not
Season
make
2.
good television anymore where our seasons get worse with every passing year?
No, there's some they're good shows.
I just
you were just
Chernobyl
complaining
again.
about the
Great
Bear show, and it's getting progressively
It got
worse.
better. It went 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's because 3 was a throwaway season.
Did you watch Season 4 yet?
Not yet.
Have you haven't watched any of it?
Not Season 4.
I think we've lost
wow.
our magic. I don't know.
No, I can give you some shows, John, that are good. I can give you some shows.
I think we've lost our magic.
I got a text from somebody. It says, Hannah, some of the greatest shoulders in the history of the world. Waddingham, so hot. Guess who?
Wait, this is the one who was the shame person?
Yeah. Yeah, you want to see what she looks like? Oh, whoops.
They did a good job of not making her look good.
Yeah.
Well, of course, she was under all those robes and stuff, and she was real bitchy, and you wanted her dead.
Yeah, that's what she looks like.
They did a hell of a job not making her look good.
Shame.
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 True shame.
Shame. Yeah.
True shame.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, we've promised it. We have to deliver
What
because
is-
it was D swinging day at SEC Media Days, and well, yeah, Sankey was swinging the biggest D.
Hello.
We'll talk about
Hello.
it and compare the schedule.
Oh, I thought you were going to say we're getting out the rulers.
No, we're not getting out the rulers. Well, I guess in a way we are.
All right.
I think 16-20 the zone.
absolutely, fully, 100% correct that in the SEC we play 8 conference games while some others play 9 conference games. Never been a secret. Second, it's also correct that last season, all 16 members of the Southeastern Conference played at least 9 games against what you would label power opponents. We had several that played 10 of their 12 games against power opponents. Some conferences have that, some don't. The same will be true this year. And we have Washington State, and we're obviously transitioning in the Pac-12 that's included in that group. And we again have several of our football teams that have 10 of those power games embedded within their schedule. I don't believe there's anyone looking to swap their conference schedule and its opponents with the opponents played by Southeastern Conference teams in our conference schedule, be it 8 or 9. I handed out a bunch of stats that created a stir in Destin that showed there's a rigor here that is unique. In the SEC, we're not lacking for quality competition among our 16 football teams. But we're going to continue to evaluate whether increasing the number of conference football games is appropriate for us. And as I've said repeatedly, understanding how the CFP will evaluate strength of schedule and even strength of record is critically important in our decision making.
So it's a long-winded way of saying, yeah, we'll look into it, but we really don't need to because we play a tougher schedule than everybody else. Now, remember those comments he had in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
He talked about how several of our schools play 9 games against what you would call power conference opponents, with some playing 10, and then went on to say that this year we have several teams who are playing as much as 10.
How would you define several?
Well, I'm about to show you.
Okay.
Because I went back and looked at the Big 4 conferences, Power 4 conferences, and here's how many teams are playing 9, 10, and some are even playing 11 Power 4 opponents this year.
That's amazing.
In the ACC, all but 3 of the ACC's 15 schools are playing 10. Only Duke, Louisville, and Wake Forest are playing 9. Power 4 conference games. Now, remember, the ACC also has an 8-game conference schedule.
So that still means that they're playing at least one team in the non-conference.
Yes. The Big 10 has several teams at 10, 5 teams at 9. Indiana, Maryland, Northwestern, Penn State, and Rutgers are playing 9 power conference games. In other words, they're not playing anyone in the non-conference who is considered a Power 4 opponent. And by the way, for the purposes of this conversation,
tough look for Penn State.
Notre Dame, Oregon State, and Washington State, we're counting in this conversation.
You are still including them. Okay.
We're still counting them in this conversation.
Tough look for Penn State, by the way.
Yes, it is.
They do this all the time. They never really try to. I guess last year they played West Virginia, but the majority of the time in the James Franklin era, they have played some real crap in the non-con.
In the Big 12, Baylor and TCU are saying, to heck with all y'all, we're going to play 11 games against the Power 4.
Did you know that going into this project?
I did not know that.
TCU, for those who are wondering, they famously begin the year at North Carolina, the first game for Bill Belichick. They have Abilene Christian, and then they play SMU. So they play an ACC and a Big 12 team. Baylor, they play Auburn, awesome, on a Friday night, and then they are at SMU in week 2, and then they welcome Samford into town in the non-conference.
And by the way, SMU, that's another Big 12 team. But remember,
that's an ACC team.
Well, SMU, that's right. But remember, there was also, I believe with one of these schools, didn't they still have because remember last year, was it like Kansas State and somebody?
Kansas State and Arizona.
Right. They had already scheduled a game in the non-conference, so they kept it on the schedule as a non-conference
And yes,
game.
it was a non-conference game. Like Kansas State this year is at Arizona, and it is still a non-conference game. But Kansas State, otherwise in the non-con, they play North Dakota and they play Army. So even though they play 10 games versus conference opponents, only 9 of them actually count.
By the way, nobody in the Big 12 is playing less than 10 Power 4 opponents. Nobody
Shout
in the
out.
Big 10 or Big 12 is playing less than 10 P4 opponents.
We love it.
Now in the SEC. Remember when Greg Sankey said we even have several teams who are playing 10 P4 games? Well, I guess several could be described as more than one.
I would describe, one is one, two is a couple, three is a few. You need you need four to reach several.
Well, only Alabama, Florida, and South Carolina are playing 10. Now remember, the majority of the teams in the Big 12 are playing 10, with the others playing 11. The majority of the teams in the Big 10 are playing 10, with the exception of 5. The majority of the teams in the ACC are playing 10, with the exception of 3. But in the SEC, only 3 schools are playing as many as 10 P4 opponents in the regular season.
Yeah, if you're wondering.
Everybody else is at 9.
If you're wondering who are those teams playing in the non-conference, Alabama is at Florida State week 1, and they play Wisconsin in week 3. I didn't realize Florida had 10. They have Miami on the schedule this year.
And Florida State, which they always have.
And then South Carolina, they
always have Clemson. So the other...
Yeah, I'm looking it up. I can't remember who
the
that
other... I don't remember.
They have in the... Virginia Tech in the non-conference, an ACC school. Interesting. Yeah. By the way, real quick, before we get into the SEC and making fun of them, if you're wondering about Notre Dame, because Kenneth is an Irish fan in the audience, they are playing 10 power schools this year. They have Miami, they have Texas A&M, they have Purdue. Well, should we count Purdue? They have Arkansas.
Purdue.
They have NC State, USC,
if
Boston
Big Ten
College.
Gets to count Purdue, I guess
That's
Notre
true.
Dame does too.
Pitt, Syracuse, Stanford. And by the way, if you're saying, okay, who are their other 2 teams against? Navy, they always play. Shout out to traditions. But the best team in the G5 last year, now G6, Boise State. So that is full of good teams, full of power teams at the very least in their non-conference schedule, because they don't have a conference.
So when you look at this, I mean, it's clear the Big 12 tries to challenge itself.
Yep.
The ACC is a distant second. The Big 10 is third, and the SEC is a distant 4th. When it comes to how they try to schedule themselves. Now, of course, the SEC honks will say, yeah, but our 8 games are more tough than you're not. Fine, whatever. That's fun, cool. Say what it.
But I mean, it's a lie then for what Sankey was saying. Do what you want to do. Don't lie about it. Though,
right.
Because they're lying about how tough their schedule is, at least in the non-conference.
So, I mean, listen, I believe we should try to equalize these as much as possible.
Yeah.
I understand where the SEC is coming from. I do. But, I mean, they have, of their 16 schools, 13 are playing 9 P4 games. There's only 8 other schools in the country who are P4 schools who are playing as few as 9. Think about that. The SEC has more teams playing 9 P4 games than the other 3 leagues combined, and they almost by twice as many. 13 are playing 9.
And then 8 combined in the ACC.
8
Big 12,
in the Big 8 in the ACC and Big 10 combined for 9.
Wow, that's pretty interesting.
So I know this is one of the things that's holding up the whole playoff conversation, and quite frankly, if it continues to hold up the playoff conversation and they don't make any moves,
I guess we'll be okay with it.
That's probably for the better. But it's just it's hard to keep hearing all of those things coming from the SEC. Again, I get it.
Just say our schedule. We think our schedule is tough enough without it.
And that's basically what they are saying.
Yes.
That's basically what they are saying.
/ we want as many home games as possible.
Right.
We want to maximize the number of home games.
Or, hey, we want just automatic. We just want to be in automatically. We're weenies.
No, that's the Big
Ten.
We're whiners.
None of the peer pressure coming from the other leagues, none of the, posturing over playoff and how the playoff should be structured is going to pressure the SEC to move up to 9. The only thing that's going to pressure them to move up to 9 are the dollars. One of the reasons why the Big Ten makes more money than the SEC is because they do have the 9 conference games. Thus, they're able to contract with 3 major networks Fox, NBC, and CBS to do those games.
Yeah.
If the SEC, that's the only, if the Big Ten continues to pull away, remember, it wasn't all that long ago where the 5 power conferences, when we still had the Pac-12,
RIP,
didn't seem that far apart. The only one that really seemed that far apart was the SEC, but that's because they were winning all the time. But when we were looking at the dollars and cents of it all,
it was not that insane yet.
There was not that insane. It ramped up over the last decade, over the last 5 years, where things got really out of whack.
Yeah, once the Big Ten.
And the Big Ten started to pull away and the SEC started to pull away, it's not inconceivable. If it can happen that fast between 5 conferences, what if the Big Ten started to pull away from the SEC in terms of dollars and cents?
Well, I mean,
that's going to be the thing that pressures the SEC
and I don't think it's
into
gonna
making the decision.
I don't think it's going to
Nothing else.
Jim and O'Neill, our good friend, says, who would have thought we'd see SEC honk John Bishop turning heel and calling out the conference? Weird.
I have always been willing to call out people for their inconsistencies.
Interesting. This is
you all have painted me as the SEC honk. You should actually paint me as the anti-Big Ten honk.
Well, that means you're pro ACC. If you're anti-Big Ten, you're pro SEC. Those are the rules, John. I don't make them.
I'm pro Big 12.
You're
Look at
pro
that.
Big 12.
Look at that.
It's a great
11.
conference.
Baylor and TC. You want to hear something shocking?
Yeah.
Thank you, Baylor.
Oh, wow.
Thank you, Baylor.
You mean
how many times in history have you been able to say thank you, Baylor?
Yeah,
Think about the history of Baylor. It's been pretty sketch.
You did say that a lot when he played basketball for Creighton. Thank you, Baylor, for making that
Well,
5 points bank 3-pointer.
I'm not talking about that Baylor. I'm talking about Baylor University.
If anything,
you talk about a school that has go away heat with me. It's Baylor University, and yet here they are playing 11 Power 4 games.
Well, hell, the entire Big 12. I'm really starting to like the Big 12 a lot.
It's a great conference
because they're not trying to tiptoe around and be like, oh, we want participation bids.
They play fun games. They play in a fun conference.
And they try. They earn it.
By the way, lots of critiques from our friends of the Grum about Greg Sankey's talking. Not so much him, but his talking. 402 texter says, Greg Sankey sounded like he's making an announcement during World War II. It was very echoey in that building.
Yeah.
It might have been the quality of the video, to be fair.
Cats are funny, right? Sankey is such a bad public speaker, so monotone. People do not like how he talks.
Just have a little inflection.
Here's the problem, though. It doesn't really matter how he talks because what he says matters.
That's true.
Because he's one of the big two.
That's true.
I mean, not that many people have heard Tony Petitti speak. You'll hear him next week. For maybe about 5 minutes, and that's about all you'll hear from him. He's not Mr. Electricity either.
No. But our guy, Brett Yormark, is. We love Brett.
Yeah.
I think
he's doing a good job.
I think if you're the head of a conference, you need to go through media training.
You think so?
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you?
You're talking a bunch to a lot of people.
He's
all
saying
the
they
time.
should. He's
They
not
should.
saying like they have and they failed. He's saying they should go to media training.
Yeah.
All right. We will take a break. When we come back, it is baseball's All-Star break. You know, I thought I would check back on our prop bids. Remember our prop bets? We did on Major League Baseball to see how bad we're doing.
That's how you knew about the Bobby Witt Jr.
Yes.
stuff. I was like, how did you remember that?
Yes.
Uh-oh, this is probably going to be bad.
This is incredible.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
And then Michael Severe Monday.
Nice.
On 1620 The Zone. this? Baseball.
Can't believe we're doing this while Michael Severe is in the green room.
That's
this
his
is
own damn
This is the
problem.
meanest thing we've ever
What do you
done.
mean? He loves baseball that much that he showed up for this segment in the green room?
Wow.
Yeah, he's a bigger baseball fan. You give him credit for him. Your standings here at the All-Star break, which is not really the halfway point. We're past halfway now.
Yeah, they played 100 games.
About
basically.
96 games so far. Cubs by a lone game over the Brewers.
Wow, the Rockies suck.
Yeah, they do.
They're not good.
Holy God.
The Phillies a half game over Michael's Mets.
Oh, man, he's living and dying.
And the Padres have, I thought the Dodgers were starting to run away, but the Dodgers went on a 7-game losing streak, including 3 to the Brewers, because the Dodgers suck. You had one job, Dodgers. They're only up by 5.5 on the Padres and 6 over the Giants. So, interesting. Your wild card teams, if the playoffs started today, would be, and as Farron likes to tell us, well, playoffs didn't start today.
Yeah, it's only July. It's called October, not July.
The Brewers, the Mets, and the Padres, but the Giants are only a half game out. Cardinals are only a game and a half out of the playoff race. Cincinnati, 2.5 out.
Congrats to Severe. Man, he gets to watch his baseball team in the July playoffs.
He could.
That's exciting.
He could. In the American League, the Tigers, even though they lost 3 in a row to Stibs' Mariners, are still 11.5 games up.
Dang, they're good.
The Blue Jays are 2 up on the Yanks, 3 up on the Red Sox, who have won 10 in a row, I think.
What?
Wow. Yeah, the Red Sox are on all this after they traded away Rafi Devers.
They should have kept him, and maybe they would have won more in a row.
Rays are only 5.5 back, so that's your best division right now as far as the race is concerned.
Yep.
Astros up on Stibs' Mariners by 5. Playoff teams would be the Yankees, the Red Sox, and Stibs' Mariners.
Go Seattle. More tweets.
So
that's what's going on in baseball.
That's what's going on in baseball. I did want to look back at our prop bet. So we did, we give each other $100 of fake money.
Oh yeah.
And we use preseason prop bets.
Yeah.
I really thought the Yankees were going to miss the playoffs.
Yeah.
Now maybe they still will. They've kind of come back to the pack, but this bet's not looking very good.
You used a lot of your money on that.
I only used $10.
Oh no, you had the Royals in the playoffs, John.
Well, I did have a parlay of Diamondbacks, Orioles. The Orioles are the team that's screwing me.
Really? Oh, yeah,
because I also had the
suck.
Orioles to win the division and the Orioles to win the pennant.
Yeah, they're a little stinky.
They stink. The Royals going over 82 wins. Yeah, they're going to have to play better baseball for me to do that.
Yeah, they got to score some runs.
The Reds going over 79. They are on pace to do that.
Oh, nice. Congrats to Cincinnati.
Dodgers winning the World Series.
We'll see. Yeah.
I had Schwarber, Soto, and Witt to each hit 30 home runs. And
That's
I had
a parlay.
I had a nice parlay there, and Bobby Witt Jr. is letting me down.
Come on, Bobby.
The other two are fine, but not Bobby Witt.
Oh, no, the Orioles.
Yeah, there's the Orioles again.
Yikes.
Sadly, Spencer Schwellenbach, man, I put some cash on him to win the NL Cy Young. He got hurt.
Some cheddar.
That's not
You
gonna
jinxed
happen.
him. Bummer.
I had the Phillies, Mariners, and Diamondbacks to win divisions. Diamondbacks definitely not. Mariners still have an outside chance. Phillies definitely do. I don't know why. This is the problem when you work with Royals fans is they give you way too much hype. I put too much faith in the Royals. So that parlay is going to suck.
Okay.
Josh, congrats. You might as well cash in that wager on the
man, I should have just done all $100 on the Rockies.
Rockies
Guys,
have the worst record.
It's too early to tell.
Yeah.
Nope, feeling good about that one.
Josh was a little bullish on the Dodgers. They're not getting to 110.
No.
Much
or
less to
117.
117.
Dang, I did $30 on that alone.
You also copied off my homework and
I did on
had
the
Spencer Schwellenbach on the Cy Young. Aaron Judge, home run champ. Now he's 3 behind
Mr. Dump.
Cal Raleigh.
Yeah, Mr. Big Ass.
And you also have a bet on the Dodgers winning the World Series. So
I'm doing okay.
You're
I
doing
didn't spread the wealth.
You're
as
definitely
much.
going to win one of those.
Oh yeah, Nick, that involves your team.
Nick,
he's gonna
of
do
course,
it
did
too.
it too. But then notice he also had the Rockies winning over 59 games.
Yep.
So.
What an it? So he's basically throwing away the money he's winning.
It's emotional hedging.
Yeah,
No, that's emotional edging.
You had Skeens winning the Cy Young. He's going to start the All-Star game. Probably not going to win the Cy Young.
Yeah.
The winning division, the winning World Series division, the NL West.
That's a fun one.
That's not a bad one.
Mm-hmm.
Skeens having the most strikeouts. That's not going to happen.
No.
Dodgers winning 117. No. Gunnar Henderson AL MVP. No. Judge home run leader. You got a shot. Diamondbacks making the playoffs. So
dang, Nick and I
That's
know
where
more
we
about
trend.
baseball than you.
Yeah,
That's a tough look.
It is a
man.
tough look, man.
Yeah, you say you watch baseball.
I do watch baseball. I just had too much faith in the Orioles and the Royals.
Apparently.
And Bobby Witt Jr. Scum. Now the Cubs could still win the
Scum.
World Series, and I could maybe win back some of that.
Wow.
Farron is scheduled to join us tomorrow. We won't play the whole open, Nick, but would you like to know where your Rockies are right now?
Yeah, might as well.
After 96 games, you're still 3 games ahead of the pace.
Oh, good.
So
That's good.
You're doing okay. Look at that run differential, still minus 253.
Mm-hmm.
How pathetic.
Very.
How absolutely pathetic.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
But we're only halfway through. Everything could turn around in the next half. Greatest comeback of MLB history is about to be witnessed by all of us.
Is that what they're saying, Nick?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
Interesting.
The Rockies are barely on pace to win 40 games this year.
Yikes.
40 games.
Not great.
You're going to look like an idiot when they win
if that
41.
were the Denver Broncos, it'd be, if we're going to win 40 games this year.
That'd be pretty good if the Broncos won 40 games. Pretty surprising, too.
They'd be going through players so fast.
Oh, they probably would be.
So there you go.
Baseball.
We'll check
Get
on
out of my
baseball.
head.
At least the Cubs won this weekend.
That's true.
We have to bad start. Bad start.
We'll tell them to play better.
They did on Saturday and Sunday.
Can't argue there.
So hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to Farron tomorrow. He's going to be on the field there in Atlanta. By the way, I just realized this during the break.
Yeah.
SEC Media Days and baseball's All-Star Week happening in the same city at the same time.
Oh, my gosh.
Hotel rooms there must be ridiculous.
So,
congrats to Farron.
Correct me if I'm wrong, where the Braves play, isn't that kind of like out of
It's
the
in
way?
the burbs.
Yeah, it's in Cobb County.
So that's got to help at least because there's hotels and stuff right by the ballpark.
Yeah, I suppose, but yeah.
I mean,
Still,
I'm sure it's still
that's
helps.
a lot. That's
I should check in with
two
my
really
brother
big
and
events.
sister-in-law down there and see how it's going.
Oh, you could do boots on the ground reporting.
Doesn't the SEC usually do their media days somewhere else?
I thought they used to do it in Alabama.
Yeah, I thought it was like
Hoover back in the
Birmingham
day. Birmingham.
Well,
That's
they
what it was.
probably.
Hoover's where the baseball tournament is.
Do you think they intentionally chose Atlanta because they wanted to take some of the shine off of the All-Star game?
No,
that'd be awesome. Football is king.
Seems like something the SEC would do. Sankey would be
Well,
like,
not-
I want to be here.
Not really, when you consider the SEC sends a lot of players to Major League Baseball.
That's true.
They're kind of a baseball league,
That's true.
as well as a football league.
And a basketball league.
In the basketball
They
league.
won the national
And a women's softball league.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Wow, they're pretty good at sports, huh?
They are. It means more, they
I guess
say.
it just
down
means
there.
more.
Mm-hmm.
Well, coming up next, it's Michael Severe Monday.
Nice.
I'm sure he'll have plenty of questions about the Mets. We'll talk about that.
Oh, wow. We're going to ask him if he muted Stibs. The important questions.
And who is the most likely Hall of Famer he would not recognize?
Yes. All sorts of good questions. All sports
How
of
did
good
we
questions.
even get on that topic?
Oh, who knows? It was a crossover. Who knows?
Oh, it's because you brought up the Darryl Strawberry.
That's what it was. That's right. Yeah.
Would Michael still recognize Darryl Strawberry now that he's shunned the Mets?
Yeah, great questions. We'll answer them next.
He's culled the Mets.
Nice, like our Twitter
from his
feeds.
feed.
Uh-huh.
1620 The Zone.
Right place. Thank you, sir. You're awesome.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
That's because I wouldn't do such a thing. That
That's
sounds
good.
awful. Oh, by the way, happy hour's on the air. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Damn, it's high out there.
It's toasty.
Saturday was wonderful. Did you get out Saturday?
Saturday was awesome.
We did yard work on Saturday, and it was incredible.
I was stunned at how nice it was.
It was incredible outside. You know, it was a good day to do. If I had to be out there to do yard work, I'm glad it was on Saturday.
I finished reading a book, and I finished reading it outside.
Now, it was probably still too hot for our next guest, Michael Severe, who likes it about 45.
I was going to say 12.
But all things considered, Michael, I mean, Saturday was decent, all things considered.
I have no recollection of what I did that day. I don't even remember it. What Saturday?
I think you went to a movie because I texted you and you were like, sorry, I was at a movie.
Oh, yeah, we did. We went and walked in the morning, and then we went to go see the Jurassic Park movie. We saw that.
Is it any good?
Family. It was good. It was one kid said he liked F1 better. The other kid said he liked the Jurassic Park movie better. I thought they were both good. I probably liked the F1 one the more, but Jurassic Park one was pretty good.
I'm guessing there was more passing in Jurassic Park than there was.
Hey-oh!
There was a lot of passing in F1. If you think about it,
Also,
I mean, many times he started way back because something was going on, and then he, obviously got a chance to move up. It's a good movie, man. You guys can make fun of it all you want.
We're not making fun of the movie. It's more just making fun of F1.
I'm going on
general.
Saturday, Michael. I'm going to go see it on Saturday.
The movie or F1 race?
Oh, I would never go see an F1 race. I'll go see the movie on Saturday.
I don't think you could afford to go to an
not.
F1
That's
race.
way too rich of a sport.
Yeah.
Is it really?
Oh, it's very hoity-toity.
Yeah, I have no idea. I haven't paid it for a ticket, anything, and I don't know how many years it's been since I paid for a ticket to go see something. Are you crazy?
Have you seen?
When is the last time you paid money?
It's been a long. Well, no, we pay. So when we go to Husker games out of town, we buy a ticket for my wife. So when we go to Kansas City.
For you.
For
me? Oh man, I can't remember the last time I
NFC Championship game.
Yeah, that was given to me. My sister's friend had that ticket and gave that ticket to me.
Treats.
Yeah, yep. Gave me that ticket. And then even when we went to even this past year, when we went to see the Raiders game, actually a friend of ours gave us four tickets, so one for each of us.
Jeez.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah,
Michael Severe, the master of sports welfare.
I love
not a big on pay. Look, if I have to pay for it, I just won't go. It's pretty simple. I'll just stay home and watch it on TV.
I don't blame you. I mean, I would rather not have to pay either. I mean, that would be
nice. Watch it on TV. That's what I would do. I would like to say, though, before we get started, that I, for one, would love to see Nick Saban come back and coach again. I think it would be awesome. I think it'd be fun to see what would happen if it was more about Alabama and LSU than it was about, his talent of coaching, or the fact that he had the same strength and conditioning coach for all those years before he left to go to Georgia or whatever. I would like to see him do it. He's not actually that old for 2025. The age he is now is more like 60 compared to what it used to be when Tom Osborne retired at 59.
Yeah, he's not old enough to be POTUS, that's for sure. Michael, let's game this out a little bit. Who would be the schools that by the end of 2025 could realistically get Nick Saban, and they also might have to fire their coach? Like, what schools do you think would be on the table for that?
The top two I thought today were USC and LSU. I know it would be going back, but I'm sure people would be very happy to have him back. And then USC, if it doesn't go as well as I think it's going to go, then they'll obviously make a change. And that why not get the greatest coach of all time to come coach for you.
What about Oklahoma?
I don't know if he wants to deal with that. I think Oklahoma's a tougher job now because of the fact that no matter where you go around you, you're not owning those states. You know, people go in Oklahoma and take really good players. You're not owning Texas. You're not owning Louisiana. You're not even owning Arkansas. I think being in Oklahoma is a really hard place to win currently.
Here's a question,
talent and money.
And this would be a great question for, like, I'm sure Barry Switzer would probably say, yeah, we own Oklahoma. But has Oklahoma really ever owned any of those states, even when they were good?
No, they did. I mean, I know the names of the players that went to Nebraska. I know that. But even without that, if you go back and you look at some of their old rosters, you know, just watching those games, and it was just Oklahoma guys. And Texas and Oklahoma. Those were the two states. A lot of Texas, a lot of Oklahoma too. I mean, Lawton put out some incredible athletes over the years.
Yeah.
And then there's a whole bunch of other school areas around there that did the same thing. I think it's tough to win there for a couple things. One, obviously, you're in a tough conference. Duh. But it's also never been known as a school with a ton of money. You know, I mean, there's a lot of poor people in Oklahoma. I would rather be, based off of capita and the way in terms of people making money, I'd rather be in Nebraska than I would be in Oklahoma. So I don't know. And you're also competing with, you know, Oklahoma City, right? So you got a pro team there. Then, of course, you have Oklahoma State, which has a ton of money because of Boone leaving them all the money. I don't know. I think it'd be a tough job to take. I'd rather, if I was him, I would take the USC thing because like that and go out there and just rule the world out there. Yep. Kind of like what Oregon's doing out there in that area. Or I would go back to LSU where you know you're going to get all the players. You know there's money. So why wouldn't you go back?
Michael, how likely is it in 10, 15 years that Oklahoma fans are having similar conversations to Nebraska fans right now where they're like, man, I do like the money, but wow, we made a huge mistake in going to this conference?
Yeah, I think it depends, obviously, on who they hire after Venables. Although I actually think Oklahoma's going to do well this year. Looking at their total and their schedule, I think they're going to be a team that's going to win 8 or 9 games. So I don't think it's this year, but if Venables flames out, which I think he eventually will, it depends on who they get for the next coach. It's all about really making the decision based off of where you think you can get to and hiring the person that can get you there. And too many times, Nebraska's done this a few times, where they hired somebody who they thought was this big, maybe win a national championship, when he wasn't. He was an 8-9 win game guy. Nothing wrong with that. Oklahoma would have to have that realization that we're going to win 9-10 games, and maybe once out of every 7-8 years, we contend for the SEC. That has to be enough for you. I don't know if they can ever do that because of what they believe they are at Oklahoma, but again, I think it's a challenge overall. I see what you're saying, Josh. Last time they had that issue, though, when they had those 6 years or those 5 years back to back, turned out it was a national championship 2 years after that. So
that's true.
I don't know.
Right.
They've managed to rally.
They have, but this is a whole different beast.
Oh, big time.
Because you're still dealing with Texas.
Yep.
And now you're
Bama, LSU.
You're
Georgia
and
Ole Miss, Auburn,
and if you think about
Florida,
to Michael's point,
A&M.
Oklahoma has always been recruiting against the SEC. Now they're playing and recruiting against the SEC. When they were in the Big 8, I mean, Nebraska was about a little bit Missouri, but not much. Nebraska was the only other school that was coming down into their part of the country. Otherwise, Oklahoma could pretty much just draw a line at the Oklahoma-Kansas border and say, we're getting all the players that we need from down here. The rest of y'all can get yours from up there. Yeah. And now they can't do that.
I don't think Nick would want to go to a place like Nick, my boy. Actually, you know, Saban became my boy when the players decided they were going to march for racial injustice, and he led them. And
in 2020,
there are a few leaders out there who would do something like he did on that day, leaving from the place where they integrated the SEC, bringing in black students out, leaving from that spot, and then walking down that famous stretch with all the players and coaches, and included Greg Byrne behind it. I think it was Greg Byrne, but the AD was behind him. That was incredible. And after he did that, I was like, give me Nick Saban's awesome. That's my guy.
Yeah. Is there any other schools that we haven't mentioned?
I don't know.
Like, realistically be open, maybe?
What about Florida? Would you go to Florida? You wouldn't go to Georgia because you're not going to follow Kirby, but would you?
No,
they're not going to fire Kirby.
No, would you go to Florida by some chance, or Florida State?
Oh, now that
the ACC is obviously easier, a little bit easier. You know?
That is an interesting one.
So what about that?
Because I think he is on the hot seat. If they have another bad year, that wouldn't surprise. Now, it's probably a huge buyout, but I guess that wouldn't surprise me.
Now, the question would be, would Nick Saban take a job that's not in one of the big two?
That's a good question. Well, do you want to win is more the answer to that question, right?
But there's a difference between wanting to win and wanting to win the Nick Saban way, which is win.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. And when he did it at LSU, it was a complete shock. Most people didn't see that. I mean, at Michigan State, he wasn't bad, right? I think he had a 9-3 season, something like that. But when he got to LSU, especially after the first loss to Louis, they had a bad stretch the first 4 or 5 games where they were kind of struggling a little bit. And I remember thinking and listening to some of those shows where they were wondering, is he good enough to be taking over this job, this LSU job? And obviously he was, but it was a different time there at LSU. So I think wherever he goes, he's thinking, can I get to the college football playoff and can I win a championship? And the balance is, do you think it's easier as an ACC school or a Big 12 school to get there and win it all than it is necessarily competing during the regular season with the Big 10 and the SEC?
By the way, I went to that website, that hot seat rankings website, coacheshotseat.com, just to see if are we missing anybody.
Right.
So the number one coach that they have is Fickle. There ain't no way in hell Nick Saban's going up to Madison.
He's not going to Madison, Wisconsin.
No.
But
he did Michigan State.
Lincoln Riley was 3 behind Kenny Burns at Kent State. Venables was 4. Surprisingly, I mean, maybe not surprisingly, Brian Kelly down at 15. Norvell is 10th, but again, his buyout's massive.
We talked about this earlier, Michael, because we looked really at those 3 coaches. We looked at Kelly, we looked at Venables, and we looked at Lincoln Riley. And of those 3, easily, Brian Kelly could afford another 9 or 10 win season and be okay for getting into next year. Now, after that, who knows? But he's easily in the best shape of those 3 guys.
Yeah, I agree in a way, only because of the fact that he's got Nussmeier there for this year. He's got the best quarterback he's probably going to have over the next 3 or 4 years. He's loaded at wide receiver. Supposedly, they rebuilt the defense. We'll see if they can tackle now. But they're loaded all over the place. Even after losing Will Campbell on the offensive line, they're still loaded on the offensive line. So if you don't do it this year, that whole lineup, when are you going to do it? Because this is as good as you're going to get for a while, I think. So I think the fans would go nuts if it was 8-4. If it was 9-3, maybe. But if they don't get in the college ball playoff this year, I think they'd be calling for his head down there.
Michael, forgive me if we discuss this. I do not think we did a few months ago because I know Ndamukong Suh randomly has come up with us recently.
Yeah, I thought he'd already retired. I already thought he'd retired. I thought the man already retired. He ain't played since 2022. Yeah, my wife said he's retired. I go, he's already retired. She's like, no, he isn't.
I hope we haven't had this discussion, but if we have, I apologize. Did he have, of all the former Husker football players, best combined college and pro career of all time?
Yeah, we did. We talked a little bit about it, but let me first say there's a reason why Josh can never remember what he said on this show because he got so much other junk going on. I think you should play every time Josh talks about something else. You should play that song. I think it's Kendrick Lamar. It's something like My Way, Doing It My Way, or Doing My Own Thing, whatever that song's called. Play that every time because Josh is doing it. I was wondering why you were kind of half-assing this job, and now I know why because I've been listening to all your other shows. So I'm like, damn, man, that's why you've been so damn. Sorry, John. Anyway, so yes, it's a great question. So the problem with it is you'd have to have somebody that was that close to winning the Heisman in college, and being that close to winning a Super Bowl, right? That's got to be the balance. And who are those people? So close to winning a Heisman. Obviously, Rozier won a Heisman. Crouch. Those guys aren't going to get counted. Rozier goes to the USFL for the first couple of years. And obviously Glover didn't have a good enough NFL career, even though he was very close to winning the Heisman.
Grant Wistrom.
Urban Fryer was close. It's probably Grant Wistrom. That's my Hall of Fame. That's my. I believe he should be up. His number should be retired. When the next number you retire, I think should be Grant based off of the 3 national championships.
At Nebraska?
Yes, back-to-back Big 12 Player of the Year, first team All-American back-to-back, all that stuff. I think he should be. You're probably right because obviously Wistrom won. He won a Super Bowl, and he wasn't considered one of the best 5 players though in college football. You know,
No,
but he was the best lineman because he won both of the trophies, right? His last year. He is a rare 4-time All-American because he was a freshman All-American, and then he was a third-team All-American, then he was a first team, and then he was a unanimous first team.
The problem is that you can't argue. I guess you can arguably say he had a better career because of the national championships, but as an individual, I don't think he had a better career than Sue did in college.
He did over 4 years.
He doesn't have the sacks. No, I know how great his numbers were.
But if the voting, if people were as aware,
you guys went away
of defensive players, let's go back to 1997, right?
Yeah.
If people thought a little more broadly about who should win the Heisman in 1997, because back then ain't nobody on defense. Unless you were Charles Woodson.
Yeah.
But really, and so
Charles Woodson won that year, yeah.
He won it that year, but why?
Here's the problem, John. The problem with that is ask people who played on those teams who was the best defensive lineman. They'll say Jason Peter. That's the problem. I've done this. Ask them. They will say it's Jason Peter is the reason why that defensive line was as good as it was. So it's hard to say that guy had the better career when there was a guy on the line with him that was the 6th overall pick or whatever else, and was as good as people thought he was in college. Obviously, never a good break pro career with all the injuries and the drugs.
Yeah,
but I mean that'd be kind of a hard argument to have. And I'm with you. Grant does not get talked about anywhere. Are you okay with your?
What's that?
Yes, if you're okay.
No, I'm all right. I was just trying to.
That is the weirdest thing. It's like jump. What happened to your head? What happened to your headset? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Grant. I think Grant's incredible. When you look at his numbers, you go, oh my God, what this guy had an amazing career. If you compare though how dominant Sue was, and it's only 1.5 years, I know, at the level of where he was playing, but those 1.5 years are as dominant as any defensive lineman in the history of college football.
They are.
Right.
Yeah. It just is.
I think what gives Grant an advantage is
the only person he probably wasn't better than. Yeah, he did it for 4 years. He did it for 4 years. With a lot of talent around him, and Jared Crook was a good player. Jared Crook was a good player, but the guys around, the guys around, the delay is crazy. The guys who were around when Grant was playing were a little bit better. I'm just saying.
So a couple other names that have been mentioned, Michael, in the chat. We're trying to figure out who had the best total career. D'Lo says Amon Green, and also brings up Will Shields and points out that he won the Outland and is a Pro Football Hall of Famer.
Good point.
880, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he is a 2-decade All NFL player, right? Didn't he get it for both decades? I thought I know Rick Upchurch was like the 70s and 80s returner. Yeah, it was Will Shields. Was he a 2-decade guy? Was he a All NFL team for 2 different decades?
Just one. He was an all 2000s guy, but he was a first-team All-Pro in 1999 and a second-team All-Pro in 1997. So he did have success in the 90s, but yeah, he was more well-known for.
Shields is a great answer because Shields is a Hall of Famer.
He's already there.
Sue's not going to be a Hall of Famer, and so
Sue's not going to be a Hall of Famer. What? Hold on, time out.
Not in the NFL. What? Not in the NFL. He's not going to be an NFL.
Ndamukong Suh? Ndamukong Suh? How much do you want to bet? How much do you want to bet?
You think
how much you got? Hold on a second. I got a checkbook around here someplace. How much do you want to bet? He's going to be a Hall of Famer.
You really think he's going to be an NFL Hall of Famer?
Yes.
I'm not saying he had a bad career. I just don't know if he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
This is the definition of an NFL Hall of Famer. Can you tell the story of that person's position in the NFL without him? I don't think that's the case. I mean, he was the best. He was one of the top 3 defensive linemen for multiple years. And sacks aren't always the thing.
No, I'm not talking about sacks.
I'm just making sure people know because sacks are. What did you do to influence what when the offense on Monday or Tuesday sit down and go, what do we have to worry about? You checked off Ndamukong Suh. You checked him off. We've got to figure out a way to double team this guy or put enough guys on him and go away from him so he's not destroying our offense or causing our offense problems. What's he missing from a Hall of Fame career?
I honestly, I don't know. I mean, you look at, he was a 3-time All-Pro, 3-time All-Pro, 2-time second team All-Pro. I just wonder if was it great enough long enough? I mean, he was still good the last 5 years of his career.
Yeah.
But it didn't feel like it didn't stand out. It wasn't an Aaron Donald type career.
No,
and I know
Aaron Donald
that's
is
unfair comparing
special.
him to Aaron Donald.
Yeah,
He's
Aaron
the best.
Donald's special. He's the best. He's
Right.
as dominant. Yeah, but
I guess I've never heard Sue's name been mentioned in Hall of Fame conversation.
Oh,
Granted,
you don't watch NFL Network. NFL Network for the last 24 hours. What they've been talking about. I mean,
Well, I
the
haven't been
conversation.
watching NFL
Yeah, I mean,
Network,
again, we didn't know he retired. Because I thought he retired back after
I did
2022.
too.
Yeah. So, but since he announced it, yeah,
okay.
because they announced it yesterday. I mean, it's been the biggest conversation on it. I saw the debate on this morning when I was walking past the ESPN show. Yeah, I would be surprised if he's not. And I'm not saying he's a first ballot. I'm not saying he's first ballot because there's so many guys and they're so backlogged because of the amount they put in. But he's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's getting in. Yeah, I don't think there's much doubt that. Again, it's all about what are the other players, because people will say, well, the media is not going to vote for him. The media isn't what it used to be when they would hold, and that's more baseball, where they would hold a grudge against a player because he didn't speak to them. You know, Jim Rice, for example. That doesn't, I don't think that happens much anymore. I think it's now you're going to get a lot of votes from the committee. They're going to present that to the person, to that group, and then you're going to get narrowed down from 20 to 15 or whatever. And I think he eventually gets in. I would say 5 years. I mean, 5 years after his 5 years.
I mean, the NFL has a much different, it's a better process, in my opinion. I'm not saying it's perfect. It's a better process in baseball.
Yeah, somebody makes a case and then they vote on it.
I mean, how many NFL players can you think of that have been held out or, held out for longer because they didn't get along with the media?
I'd say one jumps out is Terrell Owens. Terrell Owens should have probably been a first ballot, right? Because when he retired, I believe he was number 2 wide receiver in all kinds of stats. And he probably should have. And maybe the reason why was because he had a contentious relationship with his teammates, with his coaches, with his quarterbacks, that kind of thing. And maybe that's why he had to wait. But yeah, you're right. I don't think it's like it is in baseball for the most part. And I don't know who the presenter would be, because a lot of times the presenter is based off of where you played the majority of your career. So whoever the presenter is for Ndamukong Suh, I don't think has to make an incredible argument. I don't think they do.
Interesting.
We'll see. We'll see. I'll definitely take that wager. We'll be a long distance way. I mean, we both might be dead by then, but we certainly.
I want to set the parameters. How long are we talking about? Like 10 years?
I think
from
5 years. So he'll be eligible in 3, correct? Because he hasn't played.
I thought it was 5.
Well, because he didn't play the last 2. The Hall of Fame tweeted today he's eligible in 2028.
So 2030.
I say up 5 years after he's eligible.
2033.
Yeah, 5 years after he's eligible. Whenever he's eligible within those 5 years, I think he gets in. Because they're the backlog. If you go through the list, the last 2 years of the finalists, not the people who got in, but the finalists, there's guys on there you're like, he's not in? There's a number of those guys. So I think
and we're about to get into this really weird zone where you're going to have all of these guys, quarterbacks.
Yeah,
it's just screwing everything.
So I would take the over on 2033.
Okay,
I'll take 2033. You'll pay for severe reaction for the season.
The under. So you're taking the under on. So
I'm taking under. Yes, I'm taking by 2033. He will be in the NFL Hall of Fame.
2033. Okay.
Yes, that's my thing. Yeah.
All right.
This is not a conversation.
So we have the years. Now we got to figure out what the actual payoff is going to be. We have many years to figure this out.
The loser has to have Josh come and do all their yard work for them.
Oh, that sounds awful.
I would never punish somebody to have to do our yard work. I don't care who they are. People I don't like, I would not be. And Josh got like 9 jobs, so there's no way Josh can have time to come do some yard work. He's doing a Saturday morning show. He's got a look back show. He's got this kind of show. He's taking somebody to nut show. I mean, he's got so many shows. It's ridiculous.
I could turn that into a podcast.
He could. Yeah. What is it called now? What's the new one called? Like NFL show? The I-80 NFL podcast?
It's just football.
Something like football show. Is that what it is? Yeah.
Yeah.
That dude's got more stuff. I'm like, goodness gracious.
Hey, I have nothing to do on a Saturday. Michael, I have 0 kids, so I just sit around on Saturday and I come up with ideas.
Remember those? I don't know if you guys remember this, but we used to do an intro for the message board posted the day, and it was like really long, like for whatever reason. Remember that long one? That's like Josh at the end of shows when he's doing the sig out. He's like, and join us for this, and log on for that, and don't forget this, and this starts next week, and then this, and then 2 of these, and then, oh yeah, Jack and I are doing a show called I Climb the Beanstalk. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, this dog is killing me. I don't I just think it's incredible, Josh. You do a lot of shows. I didn't realize you do that many shows.
Hey, you can't say I don't work.
I could say you don't work. I could say, because this job here where you get paid the most money, you ain't working much. But because you're busy, you're too busy. Because there's 3 or 4 times where you're like, did we talk about that? I probably talked about it on one of my 9 other shows. That's why you don't remember if you talked about it.
Ideas for all these other shows. You're not paying attention to me.
I'm always
exactly. Poor John and Nick. He's like thinking about that. All he's thinking right now is, what am I going to be doing for the next Be Kind and Rewind myself? I mean, when is that the next thing I'm going to be doing? I'm like putting his finger in he's putting his finger in the VHS tape, trying to get it rewound.
No, the thing that I was thinking about right now is, do I dare ask Michael Severe a Scott Frost question? Because I had a different angle on all the angles.
Are you going to ask about the book they're writing?
No, I got a better.
Is that what you're asking about? This is the book question.
Michael to a Be Kind rewind and watch like the '86 World Series.
That's
I have that. I have that on DVD.
There you go.
I have the 86 World Series. I have it. It's right over there. It's right over there on DVD.
So it's only Husker related.
Oh, it's Husker related. That's why you have to be kind.
Ray Boggs played in that World Series. He was born in Omaha.
Let me ask you this, Michael.
Drank a lot.
Ask you this. Yeah. And I don't want to throw any of our media brothers and sisters under the bus. But
here we go.
But what do you think about the finger wagging that we have seen a little bit over the last week of, like, it's time to stop paying attention to what Frost says, even though people are obviously very, very interested in everything he says? What have you thought about that?
I was telling you the other day on text, and you brought it up. It's great idea. I'm sure it'll be a podcast for you. But they, when you go to the hospital, they have that chart of pain, from the smiley face through, like, I'm dying. And I think we could judge how big a story is based off, are people actually calling into a radio show to complain about something or be mad about it? That's the level of what happened with Scott Frost. So it is our job, because our job as media members is to what? Anybody? Serve the public interest. So if the public is interested in it, we serve it. And that's what you're doing. I have no problem with Connor and Mitch doing 4 days on it. You guys talking about a little bit every day. Any of the podcasts I'm talking about, why not? I mean, nothing else going on right now. There's some other sport that hits balls. But other than that, there's nothing else going on. And so this is a huge story. Now, I read today that he thought it was off the record, which is hilarious because he's been in the media and around the media for a very long time. Everybody knows it's not off the record. They said he looked at him and he kind of smiled and smirked to let him know that it was a joke. I mean, come on, dude.
It's not how off the record works. You usually have to say this is off the record.
By the way, I was just joking.
Maybe not do it at a place called Media Days, where the whole point is to get quotes.
Now they're supposedly in a room by themselves, and it's just 2 people from the Athletic. He could have gone. I was just joking, by the way. You guys, I was just joking right there. I'm just joking. Something like that. But come on, he won. He's deliberate. He did that on. He knows when he did it. When he said it, he thought he's like, ha, take that. Take that.
Texted Matt. Hey, is everyone mad back in Nebraska?
Yeah, exactly. Take that. Take that. Yes. No, listen. I am excited when people have a topic to talk about in July, whatever it is.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. Thank you, Big 12 Media Days. I miss going to Media Days because you could get all those little side interviews and you'd have stuff for like a whole week to be able to replay. That's good stuff. No, I don't have a problem with it. Why would you? And people who get mad about it, I will tell you this: the radio turns off. You can push, turn, slide.
And hey, if you don't, I'd say this to writers: you don't have to write about it.
And you definitely don't have to write about it.
Say you have to write about it, then I guess they have to write about it.
Yeah, and the majority of people aren't like that. They'll be like, who wants to write about this? That's the way it'll be a lot of times.
Yeah,
But I don't. I heard Sam talking about it on the show. I was listening to Sam talk about it, and it's basically what he said. He goes, "Look, this is something that he said he probably wanted to get off his chest. Did it? Now you move on." Tom wrote the article about it too. I mean, like, look, it was best for everyone that he moved on, went back up to a place that he obviously loves, a weather he loves, talent around him that he loves, a place that his wife loves. It's better what happened to him. And then Matt Rule, who we've joked about, but is the best ambassador Nebraska's had since I don't know. So it worked out for everybody. Yeah. Since Devaney. Yeah, exactly. And he's the guy that could sit down with you and have a conversation about anything. That's what Bob Devaney could do, right? And that's what Matt Rule is.
And that's why part of the reason why I think what happened last week was good for Nebraska football.
Definitely.
Because it helps close the book on Frost. I mean, a lot of people now have said, all right, screw that guy. I'm done with him. And it reinforces the idea that the guy you have now actually likes being here, wants to be here, and wants to win here.
I know it was an influential thing that he said, because someone told me, who's working on putting together stuff about this, about his career here, said after people said they didn't want to talk, after he said that, people then called them back and said they wanted to talk. So it has reached the point now where people are like disgusted with it and with him, whether it should be or not, and they want to get it off their chest.
Are we going to get a book?
Yes.
We're going to get a book.
We're going to get a book. We're going to get a book. I'm not writing it, just so you know. I'm not writing it.
Is it Dirk Chatelain finally? Is he writing the book?
Not Dirk. Dirk. I wonder if Dirk would do that. Because if Dirk's going to do it.
We still need the book on the 10 years before that. And then the 10 years before that.
Well, Dirk was working, and he was at the paper, and he was putting out daily columns. And he wrote writing another book, by the way, a very successful book.
Yes, a very good one.
24th in Glory. Dirk, as a journalist, would want to have, I believe, Frost's side of it. I think whoever tells this story is not going to tell it with his side. I just don't. I don't think he's going to want to. Right.
Not going to get it either.
Yeah. And some people would not write it without that, I think.
Sure.
But I think these people will do it. I think they'll write it. And you know, there's so many stories out there, and we don't all know what's real and what's not, right? There probably was a being that created a large plant, right? I don't know if it went up into the sky and somebody actually went up there and slayed a giant, but there was probably some part of the story that was real. I know some of this is probably real, but there's some stuff probably that it's not.
You know what I look forward to when this book comes out? Because, you know, in a lot of those books, they have the middle section where it's nothing but like pictures.
Oh, photos.
One of the pictures is going to be of Michael in the Saints jersey.
Absolutely. It better be.
No, that got retweeted like 6 times the other day. And I was like, what the hell?
That is awesome.
What's going on? Why? What the heck?
Awesome.
Came
Michael,
out of
you
nowhere.
don't realize what you said. What you said was great. What you said was accurate. But if you'd have said that in like the shirt you're wearing now, no one remembers it.
Nobody would remember it.
Have you seen Michael Video? No, who cares?
I love that shirt. I wore that shirt the other day when I was interviewing. I wore the shirt the other day when we were interviewing. What's the Central basketball coach? I had it on for him. Yeah, I love it. Something about it makes my face look skinnier, so I kind of like it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's like a weight takeaway shirt, so I like wearing it. It's very comfortable. I told Josh one of the buttons came off, but I still wear it. Yeah,
well, I love it. You can fix that. You can get the button put back.
I know I could, but you know what? It's fine the way it is. Makes it easier to scratch my stomach.
Well, don't let it go to waste, because at some point we're going to need it for the Nebraska Football Hall of Fame.
Nice. Michael, your internet rebounded in this interview. So
did.
Shout out to your internet.
No, you know, the internet's really strong. You know, we got a kid who is a professional gamer in that room right there. We got another kid who's doing my wife's who's always on the streaming stuff. I'm usually got something streaming. We rarely have a Go CenturyLink for the majority of the time, but I don't know what happened today. I don't know. I think it was you guys.
No, never. Our internet's always perfect.
You guys ever paint the wall? Yeah, your internet. Your phone didn't even work earlier today. You can't even do a hard line.
Yeah, we couldn't talk to Mike Schaefer today on the zone,
which is sad.
That's Connor and Josh's. That's not our problem.
Yeah, maybe he sabotaged.
But that's still the same phone line. You don't get a different phone line, do you? Do you bring your own phone in?
Yeah, I do. I bring it in from
figured you did.
Up and plug it in, and it works just great.
Hello.
I figured you did. Hey, listen, I want to tell you guys do a great job. Very proud of you.
I do a great job. Josh is too busy doing
half-ass job. Yes, he's got a lot of jobs. But
by the way, real quick, Bayman says, when Michael of all people think you're doing too much radio and podcasts, that means something.
I do one day, once a week. One day, once a week. I do you guys a show, and that's it right now. There's nothing else going on in my life. I have a regular job. I go to my regular job. I do my job. I'm not doing a whole bunch of stuff. I'm not. Yeah. Josh literally does. There's enough of it. It fills an entire page on your YouTube thing. When you bring up the YouTube up for I-80, it fills the whole thing with all the shows. It's incredible. I've never seen like that before.
How to survive.
Well, I just did not know. I knew something was going on where you weren't working as hard. I just didn't know why. You weren't doing as much on this show as you used to do. And I was like, I wonder why. What's going on with Josh? He's like giving problems and stuff. But then I realized, oh, okay, he's committed elsewhere.
I guess it's time to probably admit the real story. The reason I broke my arm wasn't because I tripped over
make Josh work.
It's because I was doing all the heavy lifting and my arm.
Yeah, I'm surprised it wasn't your back that broke. You're just like, I'm carrying Josh around. Oh, I've been thinking about this all day, bringing this up. I mean, it's just like the whole day I've been giggling. People are like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, nothing. Josh,
what in the hell?
Now Josh really needs the season to get here. Then Michael won't be thinking about these things at work.
Thank God football will be back.
I'll be doing other stuff. Yeah, I'll be worried about football and worrying about if Nebraska has that. One of the funniest things you guys did in the Be Kind Rewind, we're like, is that the longest punt return of the season in the Colorado game? And I was like, no, sadly, it was not the longest, but it was like 1/3 of all the yard.
That is true.
Yeah,
that is true. All right, Michael Severe Mondays. Michael,
Josh,
have a good rest of the week.
Go shoot some podcasts, Josh.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm sure you got like 6 to do tonight.
0. I got nothing tonight. Just having
That's
dinner.
incredible. That's not true.
Yeah. Alex and Lee says Josh works very hard on 1620 mini baseball village shows. Yes. Thank you. Can I get some claps for that?
You want the clap?
No, clap.
Avoid the clap, Jimmy Dugan.
Thank you.
Good job. There you go.
I clap, but I broke my arm trying to do all the heavy lifting, apparently.
Bye, Josh. Bye,
Bye.
Josh.
Michael.
Take care of your dog, Michael.
Chill out, dog.
Bye.
At Michael's Weird Mondays.
What the hell? I'm here every day. I'm talking every day.
That's the thing about Michael. Michael's kind of like a pit bull. Once he gets something in his mind, he's always got something for it. And you can tell he'd been cogitating that all day long.
Many graphics made, many topic ideas, many conversations, many words. I do all the things.
How many of these are recycled from all these other shows you're doing?
None. I have the ideas for you. Now, if I have an idea for a football guest, like you don't want to talk to a Temple writer who covered him in 2015. I'm not going to bring that to the Grum. Exactly. I know what you want to talk about. You don't want to talk to a Temple beat writer for 40 minutes.
Well, who wants to talk to a Temple beat writer for 4 minutes?
Me.
Not even Temple beat writer's wife wants to talk to him.
He was like, yeah, I'm happy to do it. He was on vacation. He was like, you want to talk to me about
By the way,
Temple?
we didn't get a chance to get to Scribes Peterson was working on. We'll do that tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll do that tomorrow.
Perfect.
Because we're almost up to, in fact, Nick's already
6.
moving stuff around.
Oh, wow. Is it time for content?
It is time for content.
Wow. Yep. Wow.
It is time for content. As Nick is moving some stuff around real quick, congratulations
to
3 players now who have been drafted. Luke Broderick of Nebraska was most recently taken 14th round by your Rockies.
Oh, that sucks.
Sorry.
Mason McConaughey went to Texas in the 4th round, and Nolan Sailors of Creighton went to Kansas City in the 4th round.
Okay, cool. I thought we were going to talk about another local school who had one of their players drafted.
Say it. You can say it.
Talk to me.
Iowa Western. They got a guy drafted.
Who's his name?
I didn't actually see
You're
the full
giving us crap, and you don't even have the information?
Are you sure?
Yeah,
it's not showing up. It's not showing up.
That was
here.
yesterday, Nick.
Was it yesterday?
No, I don't believe it's happened.
Yeah, there was one yesterday because Otson mentioned it earlier.
From Iowa Western?
Yeah. I'm guessing it was a player from Iowa Western who maybe went somewhere else.
That must be it, because they weren't drafted directly from Iowa Western.
Mm-hmm.
So it must have been someone who was at Iowa Western and then went to another school. That's who it was.
I don't know.
Yeah, because the Iowa Western's not showing up on the draft tracker. I got the draft tracker.
Wow, this is all really uncomfortable.
No, it's not uncomfortable.
Nick, do you have the info?
Josh Wakefield.
Where did
drafted to the Astros.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
And Luke, Luke Broderick is also a former Reaver.
Okay. So they were former
Yeah.
Reavers. Either way, cool. Good for them.
Yeah.
Good for them.
Awesome.
Sales up.
Like to see it.
Mm.
Coming up in content. Oh, more list season stuff.
Awesome. This could have been a whole topic today.
More on the expanding the tournament.
NASCAR. What?
Yeah. Oh, and more conference realignment.
Are we going to talk about the Sergio Perez thing?
No.
I don't even know what that thing is.
What is Sergio Perez? What did he do?
He's going to drive for Cadillac. He's coming back.
Well, he's not driving in NASCAR.
No, Formula One, the pinnacle of motorsport.
Do people think that?
Well, the snooty Europeans do.
Mm.
But I guarantee if them snooty Europeans came over here, we'd kick their ass.
Is it IndyCar racing? Is that actually the pinnacle?
No.
I mean, the Formula One drivers have come to NASCAR and kicked people's ass.
Who?
Is that true?
Juan Pablo Montoya.
He did not kick ass. He was okay, but he did not kick ass.
Also Mario Andretti.
Well, Mario's a unique story. He actually went over there and kicked ass because he started here first.
Roman Grosjean, he's doing really well. Kevin Magnussen.
Wow, this whole segment now is turned to hell for me. Michael saying all those
Well,
lies.
that's all right. Again, we're just giving you more time to prep your other podcasts.
Yeah.
Got nothing going on tonight.
1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Michael's now sending me propaganda on Sue being a Hall of Famer. And I'm not saying because I don't believe he should be in there. I never had the impression, first 5-6 years, he was up there.
Oh, yeah.
And while he was steady, he wasn't spectacular the last handful of years.
Do you think it's because we started comparing him to Aaron Donald, or at the very least, Aaron Donald played at the same time?
I mean, that probably hurts, but, it'd be like no one else can get in the Hall of Fame because Tom Brady was a quarterback, right?
Yeah. Well, let me compare him real quick before we get to content to Will Shields, just looking at, awards. So Will Shields was a 3-time first-team All-Pro, a 4-time second-team All-Pro. Ndamukong Suh was a 3 first-teamer and a 2-time second-teamer. So 2 fewer All-Pros, but the same number of first teams. He was on the All-Decades team, like Will Shields was. He was a defensive rookie of the year, and he was a Super Bowl champ. I don't know. It's an interesting discussion.
I wouldn't be angry if he got in.
No, he'd be
as long as he gets in after 2034.
That'd be the 5th Hall of Famer, right, for Nebraska football?
Yeah.
And then he might have the argument to go back to the original
and
question.
Honestly, I never thought about the whole, he had the stomping stuff and the dirty stuff.
Yeah, I don't feel like that's going to hurt him. He didn't murder somebody.
Yeah. Compare that to what some of the guys were doing in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah.
And Ndamukong Suh would have been like, that's all you've done?
Now, if
you need to do that some more, kid.
If cars that would be parked on the side of the road could vote in a Hall of Fame, I don't know if those vehicles would vote for him. Because he crashed into him a bunch one time, Nick.
Was he a Georgia player?
He has one. Whoa. He has one issue with cars.
Well, and he stomps on people, among others.
Eats their hands. List season has reached its apex, Josh. That's a racing term.
No, it is not. It's about going over a mountain.
Not always.
To me,
it's just about hitting.
So you think when Jesus was around, he was saying apex is talking about racing?
No, I'm not saying it's racing exclusive, but it is a racing term.
Okay.
As their series comes to a close, ESPN's Which Players Are the 10 Best at Their Position series reached the QB position today, and it's given us some takes. Patrick Mahomes, number 1. Though Jeremy Flower pointed out, Mahomes garnered around 60% of the first place votes this year, which is still impressive, but well short of last year when he received all but one first place vote. Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and Jaden Daniels rounded out the top 5. I know you have thoughts, so spew them, spew boy.
I think it's pretty ridiculous that Lamar Jackson is 4th on the list, especially being behind Joe Burrow. He is a multi-time MVP. He could have won the MVP last year, but given that it is a narrative award, they went with Allen, which is totally fine with me. But Lamar Jackson has also had much more consistent teams. Now, Joe Burrow's gone to a Super Bowl with Lamar, which Lamar has not done. But otherwise, Lamar Jackson's career has been much better to this point in time. And I think you can make an argument he's number 2, and the only player he is behind is number 1. And look, it's always hard to talk about players in the division without being accused of being, a homer or a hater. But, is Jaden Daniels really already the 6th best quarterback in the league? I guess I'm scrolling.
You mean
through
the 5th best quarterback?
5th best, excuse me.
Yeah, that's.
I'm scrolling through the rest of it, and
that's way too high.
Too Stafford is old. I guess I can hear arguments for the other guys because, I'm not the biggest Herbert fan. Goff, he has a great system around him. Jalen Hurts, ditto. Baker Mayfield. So I guess maybe he is near that, but that surprised me. I guess Jordan Love is outside of the top 10, and he was a player that people considered, near that range for a while too.
I'm not saying Jaden Daniels can't be worthy of this, but he's only done it 1 year. Just 1 year.
Yeah.
I would not have him that high.
What do you think of the rest of it?
Well, unfortunately, ESPN is having some issues keeping the site open, so.
What do you think of Lamar being behind Burrow and Allen?
I don't have a problem with it because, now granted, Allen hasn't won a lot of big games because he hasn't famously been to a Super Bowl. That's honestly the thing that's kind of keeping him back is his ability to play big in the biggest moments. I think that's the one thing that's kind of holding back Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
So I'm not as offended by it, but I could hear your argument that he
2-time MVP.
Because honestly,
Could be 3 times.
Honestly, you could throw those 3 guys into a bucket and pull one out, and I'd be fine with whatever order you pull.
Yeah, you'd definitely be good with any of them. That said, I mean, Joe Burrow has the best receiver duo in the league around him. Lamar Jackson has never had that. I feel like he has been much more important to the offense than Burrow has.
But Lamar Jackson also last year had best running back in the game next to him.
No, he did. Yeah, but that was the only year that he had the best running back in the game next to him.
We all got the point in predictions as Shane Van Gisbergen dominated the NASCAR race at Sonoma Don't Call Me Infineon, California. That was a joke for you, John. Thank you. He has reached 4 Cup Series wins in fewer races than Tony Stewart, Jimmy Johnson, not that one, Dale Earnhardt, and Jeff Gordon. But all of them have been on road courses. Does this diminish the achievement, or is it more impressive because road courses take real skill to race on and people who complain about it are babies?
Just get off your high horse.
Interesting.
There.
That's a little longer than the original email you sent to us earlier, Nick.
Yeah, it is. It's both impressive and not, because it has been only on one discipline. He's not good on ovals. But what he has done on the road courses has been extremely impressive. I mean, he dominated this race. No one could pass him. No one could pass him at Chicago last week. So he's been really, really good. His problem has been just doing anything respectable on an oval. The funny thing is, because of NASCAR's whack-ass playoff system, he has as many wins as anybody else in the sport. He's going to be a top 3 or 4 seed in the playoffs, yet in points, he's going to be worse than 25th. That's how weird NASCAR's playoffs are.
God, it is so weird.
It's because it's a bad system.
It is not a great system. I complained about it last week.
Josh,
yeah.
Do you have any takes on
I was speaking of NASCAR. I had something for you real fast. So Bill Connolly was kind enough to send me an advanced copy of his college football book, and I was reading it last night. And very many conversations in there about NASCAR and college football trying to not go the way of NASCAR.
Interesting.
There's a lot of quotes from our good friend Ryan McGee.
Like in what way?
Like apparently there used to be races in the 90s at some courses, and 90s and before, and then they moved them away.
Yeah.
And like college football, kind of comparing it to college football rivalries going away because of conference realignment.
Oh, yeah.
So basically it was kind of like the list of things not to do.
Yes.
And there was just a ton of NASCAR. And every quote from Ryan McGee, I heard it, of course, in his voice.
You sure
it was
he did.
really, really interesting. Really, really interesting.
No, I mean, there's some logic there. And there's nobody on earth that knows the two sports better than Ryan McGee.
Yeah.
Because he loves them both.
So that's my NASCAR take. Don't be like it, college football.
Nice.
Yeah.
According to basketball writer Jeff Goodman, the NCAA basketball committee is still making sure that this is the right decision, and they don't want to rush anything without making sure they screw it up. Will they vote to expand or not?
I'm going to be optimistic like a big idiot. I think they are not going to vote to expand. I think they're... Oh, John's giving me the look.
Yeah.
There's just been so much pushback. And John,
I know.
so here's my argument. Trying to find a reason. Hot take I can be talked into. If they were going to expand, why didn't they do it already? Like, there has been so much pushback, except for from Seth Davis. But everybody else is being ultra critical about this. And so, I don't know. If they would have done it, they would have done it last week, right? Like, last week was supposed to be the week.
You would think, but I don't know. I have no faith in the people who run college athletics. Every time they're supposed to go one way, they go the wrong way. They're like people who drive the wrong way down the interstate.
Oh, God, that's dangerous.
Yes, and it's stupid. And that's what the leaders in college sports have been doing the last 5 to 10 years.
It wouldn't be good.
I want to believe you. I looked at last week's delay as maybe hope that they were listening, but at the end of the day, they prove they don't listen. They don't care. And this goes back to what Ryan McGee said.
They don't care.
I don't care.
NASCAR got away from what its fans wanted them to do, and it cost them. College sports is going to do the same thing eventually.
Yeah.
Cooper Flagg is done,
folks.
Yep, that's right. The Mavericks are shutting him down for the rest of the summer league. There goes your enjoyment of the annual summer basketball thing the NBA does. Am I right?
Of course not, because now we can watch Ryan Kalkbrenner block shots.
We never played that video. I assume it's in the system somewhere.
What video is that?
I assume you wanted to upload and show the Video of him blocking the shot.
I did not upload it. No, I didn't have it.
I would. That is a stunner. I would have bet $10 that you would have had that in the system.
You owe me $10.
Nope, I don't. I said I would have, but I didn't.
I mean, it was It was 2 great blocks. He had another one in the first game.
Yeah. You know what I always wondered? Don't care about the Cooper Flag stuff. The thing that I always wonder about with Summer League is what is it like for these players like Kalkbrenner? Because I was thinking about with his play specifically. Not that there's nobody there. There are people there.
Sure.
But man, he has played in like the biggest games. Cooper Flag was in the Final Four.
Mm-hmm.
What is it like to go from that to garbage Summer League atmospheres where it's like half the people there are scouts and GMs and executives? It's got to just be so strange.
Yeah, but honestly, it's not all that different from when you were playing AAU ball. You know?
Yeah, that's true.
So, and your focus isn't so much on the, wow, it's great to be here in X building in front of these X fans. It's about, man, I got to show my worth so that I can be in the big leagues and play in front of big crowds at the biggest buildings. So I think the focus is a little bit different.
Another day, another 49er demanding new contract or trade me. This time it's Juwan Jennings.
Nailed it.
Who is set to make $7.5 million this season. Could Frisco let him go before the season?
That'd be quite interesting and sets up, again, for a really fascinating year for, what can I think of his name? Kyle Shanahan and the rest of his franchise. This is like a ton of turnover, you know, and they've obviously done the big deal with Mr. Purdy, and so you have that going on as well. Reading the story from ESPN.com, what Adam Schefter said, if a new deal is not reached by the time training camp starts next week, Jennings plans to request a trade to a team willing to pay him.
I mean, this is basically the same thing as Jonnu Smith, the Dolphins tight end, did. And guess who ended up packaged in the deal to go to Pittsburgh?
Him.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because, and we talked about it last week with George Kittle, all of a sudden, he's always been a big target, but now he could be the target because everybody else, we're not sure what they're going to have as far as receiver depth is
they're going to
concerned.
be relying on a guy who was shot before last season. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Ricky Pearsall was shot.
Forgot about that.
He missed a lot of year because he had been shot with a gun.
Yes.
And then he played football.
Wow.
Which is insane.
That is insane.
Yeah.
Roger Goodell has spoken about the potential opt-out the NFL could do with CBS. We have a 2-year period to make that decision. I don't see that happening, but we have that option, and that's something we'll take a look at. He says he doesn't see it happening, but do you?
I don't, only because the NFL is going to be opting out early in the next 3-4 years anyway with all of their contracts because that's something they can do and they can get out ahead of the NBA and Major League Baseball. So they're not going to exercise this opt-out. By the way, this opt-out has to do with CBS's ownership change.
Yeah, the merger.
Paramount,
purchase.
and I can't remember the other company.
Yeah.
So because of the contract, it gives them the opportunity to renegotiate with the new ownership. But I don't think they're going to do this because they're planning on doing this, cutting their media deal short and redoing it with everybody in I think it's 2029 or 2030.
Yeah, the only, the bit of ominousness, is that a word there, where he says, we're not going to do that, but it's something we'll take a look at. I'm with you. I think you're looking at the one that's around 2030. There was a story, I can't remember if it was last week or 2 weeks ago, where it was filled with all sorts of predictions about what's going to happen next with the NFL media rights. And people definitely think that we're in the dying days of all sorts of games being on over the air. That whatever is next is going to heavily involve Amazon, Netflix, one or the other, maybe YouTube straight up, and we're going to start moving into the direction more of streaming. One of the things that the NFL still has going for it that every other sport is super jealous of is so many of their games are on over the air. You can watch them for free with an antenna, whether it's Sunday afternoon, Sunday late afternoon, Sunday night. And then even if you're in a market, Chiefs play on Amazon, well, you get to watch the Chiefs on some local over-the-air network. So moving away from that, I do think it's going to happen, but I wonder at what price.
Group of 5 conferences keep shuffling. After Texas State left the Fun Belt for the new Pac-12, the Sun Belt has readmitted Louisiana Tech, who was last in the league in 2001. Chance? What, if any, impact will this have on the landscape of college sports?
Well, in terms of these conferences, I mean, I don't think it's really going to affect a whole lot around here. But for those fans down there, I don't know, man. It's just got to be so confusing and frustrating. And you think you're going to be in one league, and then suddenly you're in another. The biggest problem with this, and we've seen it here to a degree, is you lose the rivalries. It's that multiplied by a lot down there for the G5 schools, G6 schools now, because they're not playing localized programs. They're not playing the teams that they've grown up, seeing them play. And it's they're not even chasing the dollar, John. They're just trying to chase not losing the dollar. And so what will it affect? Like for my enjoyment, it's not going to change a whole lot, but for fans of these programs, I think it's going to change.
Well, this actually does seem to encourage more regional rivalry because Louisiana Tech now is going to be paired up with Louisiana Monroe, Southern Miss, and South Alabama. So it's going to be a very geographic conference, and there's going to be a lot of local flavor. So this actually might work well
Could be
from a rivalry standpoint. I mean, Louisiana Tech, they were in the Sun Belt 20 years ago. Then they went to the WAC, and then they went to Conference USA. Now they're back in the Sun Belt. I think with Louisiana Tech, it's going to be good for their fans. They're going to have a lot more local flavor. Is it going to have a major impact on the landscape of college sports? Of course not, because it is the Sun Belt. But if you like regional conferences, kind of like the MAC, this is one of them.
Finally, really quick. And yes, Uno is coming to Las Vegas. Yes, you heard that right. Uno social clubs have launched in Las Vegas, and there's plenty of buzz we could see Uno as an actual table game in the future. Could this potentially be another addition to 1620 the Casino?
You're an Uno guy, John?
I mean, it's a fine game, but
it's not a game for the weak-willed. I get it.
Right.
Oh, so you're saying John's weak-willed, that's why he doesn't like it?
No, I said I do like it.
Interesting.
I'm fine with Uno.
If the reverse card fits.
Nice reference, Nick.
Thank you.
That's an Uno reference.
I get
You ever
it.
play Skip-Bo?
Yeah, once.
You ever play Skip-Bo?
I have no idea.
We played Skip-Bo. It seemed like Uno and Skip-Bo were kissing cousins. I don't remember the rules of Skip-Bo, but I do remember playing it. I like Uno. Sure. I think more goofy. It's like the scene in Vegas Vacation where they go to the casino and it's like, guess which hand I'm holding the thing in. That's kind of what Uno
I
at a
look forward to
casino is.
Chutes and Ladders being available at casinos near you.
What about Monopoly? That won't take forever.
Oh, God.
Can you imagine Monopoly at a casino?
No.
Like, hey, Bob, where's Bob? He's been playing Monopoly for 4 hours.
4? They're just getting started.
Yeah. He just got
Has
Boardwalk.
anyone ever finished a game of Monopoly? I have never finished a game of Monopoly.
I think I can count on my hands how many games of Monopoly I've ever finished.
I think maybe
How
once or
do
twice.
you finish a game of Monopoly?
One of the persons or players, the players run out of money. Isn't that what happens? They're broke.
Yeah, I think if you're just
broke.
the last person to not declare bankruptcy, then you win.
Awesome. What a fun game.
It's more of a game about survival.
Kind of like life.
Kind of like life.
No, that's a different game.
No, damn it, Nick. Well played.
What's for dinner's next on 1620 The Zone?
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death.
I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Don't know what's for dinner, but I do know this.
What's that?
So the other day, I was going to the hospital to go see the missus.
Everything's good?
Yeah, everything's fine. She's home. She's working again. Stopped at McDonald's for breakfast.
Oh.
They have added a spicy sauce to their McMuffins.
Oh.
I had the sausage, egg, and cheese McMuffin spicy.
Good?
It was pretty good.
McMuffin.
I mean, McMuffins are good anyway, but you add that little, and it's whatever spicy mayo sauce or whatever they put on
Spicy mayo.
Well, it's got flavor.
Interesting.
And heat. It was good.
We're having salmon, rice, and Brussels sprouts tonight for dinner.
Ugh.
Nice.
Wow.
Most of that sounds
That's
good.
salmon.
It's good. It's healthy, John. It's tasty.
Yeah, so is eating dirt.
I've got no idea. I don't know what's for dinner tonight.
I don't think that would be healthy.
It could be.
I don't think it would be.
There's nutrients in dirt. It's good for the plants.
Yeah, it's good for the plants.
But I'm a human. Bye.